If you found your way here tonight, take a moment and slow things down. These true crime stories are told gently, to give your mind something steady to hold on to when sleep feels far away. If this helps you rest, leave a like and tell me where you're listening from. This is episode 102. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about how a quiet marriage collapsed into fear, how control disguised itself as devotion, and how a crime committed inside a home took years to fully reveal the truth. This is a true story about patience, manipulation, and a man who believed he could rewrite reality simply by repeating his version of events long enough. Laci Peterson was 27 years old and 8 months pregnant when she disappeared from her home in Modesto, California. She was known for her warmth, her careful nature, and the way she planned ahead for everything, especially the child she was about to bring into the world. Friends described her as organized and thoughtful, someone who took comfort in routines and details. Her pregnancy had become the center of her life, and she spoke often about the future she imagined with her baby. Her husband, Scott Peterson, appeared supportive on the surface. He was polite, composed, and attentive when others were around. To neighbors, he seemed like a man adjusting to the responsibilities of adulthood. But beneath that appearance, there were fractures that few people could see clearly at the time. Scott was living a parallel life, one built on deception, secrecy, and avoidance rather than commitment. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Laci vanished. Scott told police that he had left the house to go fishing at the Berkeley Marina, while Laci stayed home to walk the dog and prepare for the holiday. When he returned later that day, she was gone. Her purse, keys, and personal belongings were still inside the house. The dog was wandering outside alone, leash still attached. Nothing appeared stolen. Nothing looked disturbed. From the beginning, the situation felt wrong. Laci was not someone who would leave without telling anyone. She was heavily pregnant, careful about her movements, and deeply attached to her routine. Family members immediately sensed that this was not a voluntary disappearance. As hours turned into days, concern escalated into fear. A massive search effort began. Volunteers combed neighborhoods. Flyers appeared on street corners. Media attention intensified as the story spread. The image of a pregnant woman missing just days before Christmas captured national attention. Candlelight vigils were held. Cameras followed every development. Scott remained present but distant. During interviews, he appeared calm, almost detached. He spoke about Laci in the past tense. His emotional responses felt inconsistent with the situation. While family members pleaded for help finding her, Scott seemed focused on logistics rather than urgency. These subtle details did not go unnoticed. As investigators looked deeper, they uncovered something critical. Scott Peterson had been having an affair with a woman named Amber Fry. When Amber learned that Scott's wife was missing, she contacted police. What she revealed altered the entire trajectory of the investigation. Scott had told Amber that he was a widower. He had described his wife as already gone, weeks before Laci disappeared. Recorded phone calls between Scott and Amber became central evidence. While standing at a vigil for his missing wife, Scott spoke to Amber as if nothing were wrong, describing travel plans and pretending to be somewhere else. The contrast between public grief and private deception was stark. Investigators began reconstructing Scott's movements on the day Laci vanished. They examined receipts, phone records, and surveillance footage. They traced his trip to the marina. They learned that he had purchased a fishing license just days earlier, despite it being winter and despite his limited history of fishing. They found concrete anchors he had made in advance, far more than the single one he claimed was intended for use. Months later, the water gave up its truth. In April 2003, the bodies of Laci Peterson and her unborn son were discovered along the shoreline of the San Francisco Bay, not far from where Scott said he had been fishing. The location was impossible to ignore. The timing aligned with tidal patterns. The evidence pointed back to the same place Scott had volunteered early in the investigation. The medical findings were devastating. Laci had been killed before her body entered the water. Her unborn son, later named Connor, had been expelled post-mortem due to decomposition. The condition of the remains confirmed that this was not an accident or natural death. This was homicide. Scott Peterson was arrested shortly thereafter. At trial, prosecutors did not rely on a single piece of evidence. Instead, they built a cumulative case. They presented Scott's lies, his affair, his behavior, his purchases, his movements, and the physical evidence recovered from the bay. Each detail on its own might have seemed explainable. Together, they formed a clear narrative. The defense attempted to argue that Lacey had been abducted by strangers. They suggested alternative suspects. They pointed to the lack of a direct eyewitness. But the story they offered required too many coincidences and ignored the weight of Scott's own actions. The jury listened carefully. They heard recordings of Scott lying calmly while his wife was missing. They saw timelines that showed opportunity and preparation. They learned about his shifting explanations and his lack of genuine concern for Lacey's safety. Over time, the pattern became impossible to dismiss. In 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for their unborn son. He was sentenced to death, a sentence later converted to life without parole. For Lacey's family, the verdict confirmed what they had felt from the beginning. The danger had not come from outside the home. It had come from within it, from the person meant to protect her. This case remains haunting not because of mystery, but because of familiarity. A marriage, a pregnancy, a holiday morning, ordinary details that ended in irreversible loss. It is a reminder that betrayal does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it arrives quietly, wrapped in routine, hidden behind calm words and practiced expressions. Lacey Peterson trusted the life she was building. She trusted the man beside her, and that trust cost her everything. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how someone can live inside a family for years, share meals, exchange smiles, and still be quietly preparing an ending that only benefits them. This is a true story about greed disguised as care, about patience stretched across decades, and about how one woman's death slowly exposed a truth that had been hiding in plain sight. Stacy Castor lived in upstate New York and appeared to have endured more tragedy than most people experience in a lifetime. She was a mother, a wife, and someone who often spoke about how unlucky her life had been. Friends described her as emotional, dramatic, and deeply affected by loss. Over time, loss became the defining feature of her story, and sympathy followed her wherever she went. Her first husband, Michael Wallace, died suddenly in 2000. He had been healthy, active, and showed no signs of serious illness. One day, he complained of stomach pain. Soon after, he collapsed and died. Doctors initially believed the cause was a heart attack. Stacy was devastated, or at least she appeared to be. She spoke about grief, about shock, about how quickly everything had changed. No one questioned her version of events. A few years later, Stacy remarried. Her second husband, David Castor, was a quiet, dependable man who worked as a state investigator. He trusted Stacy. He believed in stability and routine. Their life together was not dramatic, but it was consistent. To outsiders, it looked like Stacy had finally found peace after tragedy. Then David began feeling sick. The symptoms were unsettlingly familiar. Severe stomach pain, weakness, confusion. He was admitted to the hospital, where doctors discovered antifreeze in his system. Ethylene glycol poisoning is rare and unmistakable. Someone had ingested a lethal substance meant for engines, not people. Before doctors could save him, David Castor died. Investigators were immediately alarmed. Antifreeze poisoning does not happen accidentally. The question became who would want David dead. Suspicion naturally fell on Stacy, but before police could fully question her, something unexpected happened. Stacy claimed she had attempted suicide. She was found unconscious in her home with a typed note nearby. The note appeared to be a confession written by her teenage daughter, Ashley Wallace. It stated that Ashley had poisoned David and Michael, and that guilt had driven her to kill herself. Stacy insisted she had found the note, and then tried to end her own life out of despair. But nothing about the scene felt right. Ashley was taken into custody, confused, terrified, and insisting she had no idea what the note was talking about. Handwriting experts examined the document. Linguistic analysts reviewed the language. It was written in adult phrasing, structured carefully, and bore none of the emotional chaos expected from a teenage confession. Investigators began pulling threads. They looked back at Michael Wallace's death years earlier. His body was exhumed. Toxicology tests revealed ethylene glycol in his system as well. The same poison, the same pattern, the same sudden illness. What had once been written off as a heart attack was now unmistakably murder. The focus returned fully to Stacy Castor. Financial records revealed that she had taken out life insurance policies on both husbands shortly before their deaths. In both cases, she was the primary beneficiary. After each death, she received substantial payouts. The timing was precise. The pattern was undeniable. Investigators reconstructed Stacy's movements and behavior. They discovered she had searched online for antifreeze poisoning. She had purchased the substance. She had access to her husband's drinks and medications. She had opportunity, motive, and a chilling level of patience. Most disturbing of all was her attempt to frame her own daughter. Ashley testified about her relationship with her mother. She described emotional manipulation, control, and fear. She explained how Stacy had tried to convince her she was responsible, how she had been pressured into doubting her own memory. The psychological cruelty added a new dimension to the case. At trial, prosecutors laid out the story slowly and methodically. 2 husbands, 2 deaths, 1 beneficiary, 1 poison, 1 fabricated confession. They explained how Stacy had used time as her ally, spacing the crimes far enough apart to avoid suspicion, relying on sympathy to shield herself. The defense attempted to argue coincidence. They suggested illness, depression, misunderstanding. But coincidence cannot explain identical poisons appearing years apart in 2 men married to the same woman. It cannot explain insurance policies. It cannot explain a staged suicide note written in someone else's name. The jury did not hesitate. In 2009, Stacy Castor was convicted of second-degree murder for the death of David Castor and attempted murder for trying to kill her daughter by poisoning and framing her. She was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Stacy died in prison in 2016, serving only a portion of her sentence. For Ashley Wallace, survival meant rebuilding a life after learning that the person meant to protect her had tried to destroy her. For investigators, the case became a reminder that not all killers act quickly or violently. Some wait, some plan, some smile while they poison slowly. This story is chilling because of how ordinary it looked from the outside. A woman who lost 2 husbands, a family marked by misfortune, a grieving mother. It took years for anyone to question whether the tragedy was random or manufactured. Stacy Castor did not kill in anger or panic. She killed with patience, calculation, and a willingness to sacrifice anyone, even her own child, to protect herself. That is what lingers. The understanding that danger does not always arrive suddenly. Sometimes it arrives quietly, disguised as grief, and stays just long enough to destroy everything around it. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how someone can rehearse innocence so convincingly that even after children are shot, the lie still almost survives. This is a true story about narcissism, desperation, and a woman who believed that if she repeated her story often enough, reality would eventually bend to it. Diane Downs lived in Oregon in the early 1980s. She was intelligent, articulate, and outwardly charismatic in a way that drew people toward her quickly. She was also restless, deeply dissatisfied with the limits of ordinary life, and obsessed with being admired. Motherhood, to Diane, was not a bond rooted in sacrifice or protection. It was a role she expected to perform only when it benefited her image. She had 3 children, Christy, Cheryl, and Danny. To outsiders, she appeared to be a devoted single mother doing her best. She spoke openly about her struggles, her loneliness, and her desire for something more meaningful. What she did not speak about was how deeply she resented the responsibility her children represented when they no longer fit the future she imagined for herself. In 1983, Diane became involved with a married man who made one thing clear. He did not want children. He did not want to raise someone else's family. He wanted a life without attachments. For Diane, this was not a boundary. It was an obstacle. On the night of May 19th, 1983, Diane drove her children out of town. She later told police they had gone for a drive to calm down after a long day. The roads were quiet. The area was rural. There were long stretches where no one would hear anything. What happened next would later be described by survivors, not by Diane. Inside the car, Diane took out a handgun. She shot her children at close range. Christy was shot multiple times. Danny was shot once. Cheryl, just 7 years old, was shot and killed. Diane then shot herself in the arm, carefully choosing a wound that would appear serious but not fatal. She waited before calling for help. When police arrived, Diane told a story that seemed designed for sympathy. She claimed a stranger had approached her car, demanded the keys, and shot everyone when she resisted. She described the attacker in vague terms. Her voice was calm. Her details shifted slightly each time she repeated the story. At the hospital, doctors were stunned that Christy survived. Despite multiple gunshot wounds and paralysis, she was conscious. Danny, though gravely injured, was also alive. Cheryl was not. Almost immediately, investigators noticed inconsistencies. There were no shell casings at the scene. Diane's wound did not align with her account of how she had been shot. The timeline she described did not match physical evidence. And perhaps most unsettling of all, her demeanor did not reflect someone whose children had just been attacked. She laughed. She flirted with hospital staff. She spoke about her own pain more than her children's injuries. She seemed irritated by questions rather than frightened by what had happened. Police began pressing harder. Witnesses contradicted her version of events. Forensic analysis showed that the shots had been fired from inside the car, not from outside. Gunshot residue patterns confirmed the weapon had been discharged at close range by someone seated near the children. Still, Diane insisted on her story. As Christy recovered, something remarkable happened. She began to speak. Despite her injuries, Christy remembered the night clearly. She told doctors, nurses, and eventually investigators that her mother had shot them. She described the gun. She described the sequence. She described her mother turning toward them. At first, people struggled to accept it. The idea that a mother could do this to her own children felt impossible to many. Diane seized on that disbelief, continuing to present herself as the victim of a random act of violence. But evidence continued to accumulate. Investigators learned about Diane's affair. They learned about the man who did not want children. They learned about her repeated statements to friends that her kids were holding her back. They learned that she had tried unsuccessfully to give them away before. Her story collapsed under its own weight. At trial, prosecutors laid out the case with devastating clarity. They presented forensic evidence. They presented witness testimony. They presented Christie's account, steady and unwavering. They showed how Diane had planned the shooting, how she had injured herself deliberately, and how she had constructed a narrative she believed would protect her. Diane took the stand in her own defense. She was confident. She smiled. She dismissed evidence as misunderstandings. She portrayed herself as misunderstood, persecuted, unlucky. But the jury watched closely, and what they saw was not grief. It was performance. In 1984, Diane Downs was convicted of murder and attempted murder. She was sentenced to life in prison plus 50 years. Even after conviction, Diane continued to deny responsibility. She gave interviews. She wrote letters. She maintained her innocence with the same confidence she had shown from the beginning. But the facts did not move, no matter how often she tried to reshape them. Years later, it was revealed that Diane had become pregnant while incarcerated, further reinforcing her pattern of manipulation and boundary crossing. The cycle of self-interest never stopped. Christy and Danny survived. They lived with physical and emotional scars that would never fully fade. They rebuilt their lives away from the woman who tried to destroy them. Cheryl, the youngest, was remembered not as a footnote in a crime, but as a child whose life ended because someone else wanted freedom more than responsibility. This story lingers because of how calmly it was carried out. There was no explosion of rage, no chaotic breakdown, just a quiet decision made on a dark road, followed by a story told again and again in hopes that repetition would turn it into truth. Diane Downs believed she could control the narrative. In the end, the evidence spoke louder than her voice ever could. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Minter, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about ambition twisted into violence, about a woman who wanted fame at any cost, and about how desperation for recognition can transform into murderous rage. In the glittering world of professional figure skating, where athletes dedicate their lives to perfection and competition is fierce, a rivalry was escalating beyond normal bounds. Two skaters were competing for spots on the 1994 U.S. Olympic team, but one was willing to cross lines that should never be crossed to eliminate her competition. What followed would become one of the most infamous attacks in sports history. This is the story of Tanya Harding and the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6, 1994, as Nancy practiced at a skating rink in Detroit, a man approached her after she left the ice and struck her knee with a metal baton. The attack was designed to injure her badly enough to force her withdrawal from the upcoming national championships and Olympic trials. The assailant was hired by Tanya's ex-husband Jeff Gillooly and her bodyguard Sean Eckhart, and evidence suggested Tanya knew about and approved the plan. The attack failed to end Nancy's career, but it ended Tanya's destroyed reputations and revealed how far some will go to achieve their dreams. Tanya Maxine Harding was born on November 12, 1970, in Portland, Oregon. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse that shaped her aggressive, combative personality. Her mother, Lavana, was brutal, physically and emotionally abusing Tanya throughout her childhood. She would beat her daughter, mock her appearance, and push her relentlessly in skating while never offering praise or affection. Tanya's family was poor, struggling to afford skating lessons and equipment. This made her an outsider in the elite world of figure skating, where most competitors came from wealthy families who could afford the best coaches and training. Tanya wore homemade costumes while her competitors wore expensive designer outfits. She felt judged and dismissed by skating officials who valued elegance and refinement, qualities Tanya's rough background had not provided. But Tanya had undeniable athletic ability. She was powerful and aggressive, landing jumps other female skaters could not. In 1991, she became the first American woman to land a triple axel in competition, a feat requiring tremendous strength and technical skill. This should have made her a star, but judges consistently scored her lower than competitors with more polished presentations. Tanya's personal life was chaotic. She married Jeff Gillooly when she was 19, beginning a volatile relationship marked by domestic violence. Jeff was controlling and abusive, and Tanya was trapped in a cycle she did not know how to escape. The abuse she had experienced from her mother had normalized violence in relationships. By 1993, Tanya's skating career was declining. She was 23, old for a figure skater, and her technical skills were offset by presentation scores that judges kept artificially low. Meanwhile, Nancy Kerrigan was emerging as America's skating sweetheart. Nancy was elegant, beautiful, and came from a working-class background that made her relatable. She was everything Tanya was not, and she was winning. Tanya became obsessed with Nancy, seeing her as the obstacle between herself and Olympic glory. In Tanya's mind, if Nancy were eliminated, she would make the Olympic team and finally receive the recognition she deserved. This obsession transformed into a conspiracy to injure Nancy badly enough to force her withdrawal from competition. Tanya's ex-husband Jeff and her bodyguard Sean began planning the attack in late 1993. They hired Shane Stant to carry out the assault and Derek Smith to drive the getaway car. The plan was crude but effective. Wait for Nancy to finish practice, approach her when she was vulnerable, and strike her knee hard enough to cause serious injury. On January 6, 1994, at the Cobo Arena in Detroit, Shane Stant waited for Nancy to finish practicing. As she walked through a corridor talking to her father, Shane rushed up and struck her right knee with a metal baton. He fled before anyone could stop him. Nancy collapsed, crying in pain and confusion, repeatedly asking why someone would do this to her. The attack made international headlines immediately. Nancy was America's sweetheart, and the brutal assault shocked the sports world. Investigators began working to identify the assailant and determine if this was a random attack or something more sinister. Within days, the conspiracy unraveled. Sean Eckhart, Tanya's bodyguard, began talking to people about his involvement, unable to resist bragging about the crime. Investigators traced phone records connecting Tanya's camp to the attacker. Jeff, Sean, Shane, and Derek were all arrested and confessed, each implicating the others. The question became, what did Tanya know and when did she know it? Evidence suggested she knew about the attack beforehand and may have helped plan it, though she denied this. After the attack, she definitely knew who was responsible, but said nothing to authorities, making her complicit even if she had not initiated the plan. Nancy recovered more quickly than expected. Her knee was bruised, but not permanently damaged. She competed at the national championships in February and placed second. Tanya won the event, but the victory was overshadowed by the investigation. Both were named to the Olympic team, setting up a dramatic confrontation in Lillehammer, Norway. At the 1994 Winter Olympics, the focus was on Tanya and Nancy rather than the competition itself. Nancy skated beautifully and won the silver medal. Tanya's performance was disastrous, hampered by equipment problems and the pressure of the scandal. She finished 8th. After the Olympics, Tanya pleaded guilty to conspiring to hinder prosecution for not reporting what she knew about the attack. She received 3 years probation, was fined, and was banned for life from competitive figure skating. Her accomplices received prison sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years. Nancy continued skating professionally and became a commentator and analyst. Her career recovered, though the attack remains the event most associated with her name. Tanya's life after skating was troubled, marked by various attempts to achieve fame through boxing, reality television, and other ventures. The attack on Nancy Kerrigan stands as one of sport's most shocking moments, revealing how far ambition can push people beyond moral boundaries. Tanya Harding destroyed her own career and reputation in an attempt to eliminate competition, proving that sometimes the most dangerous opponent is not the one across the ice, but the desperation and rage within yourself that convinces you violence is the answer to your problems. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about greed, deception, and how the pursuit of wealth can twist a person's morality so completely that murder becomes just another step in a calculated plan. This is the story of H. Holmes, the man who built one of America's first known murder castles, and the crimes that would make him one of the most infamous serial killers in history. Herman Webster Mudgett, later known to the world as Dr. Henry Howard Holmes, was born on May 16, 1861, in Gilmanton, New Hampshire, into a strict religious family. His father, a well-respected farmer, was authoritarian and instilled in young Herman a fascination with control and order. Herman's early life was marked by an unusual curiosity about death and anatomy. As a child, he reportedly dissected animals and experimented with poisons, displaying a disturbing obsession with understanding how bodies worked and how they could be harmed. As he grew, Herman's intelligence became apparent. He excelled in school, particularly in science and mathematics, and gained a reputation as a prodigious student. However, those close to him noticed a darker side: manipulativeness, lying, and a lack of empathy. He was charming when it served him, persuasive when he wanted something, and capable of extreme cruelty in private. Friends recalled that even in adolescence, he had a fascination with controlling others and bending reality to suit his desires. In 1880, Herman entered the University of Michigan's medical school, studying medicine and, notably, anatomy. It was there that he further developed his knowledge of poisons, human physiology, and surgical procedures, all of which would later become tools in his crimes. While at university, he reportedly began experimenting with fraud, selling fake diplomas, and concocting elaborate schemes to deceive others. By the time he graduated, he had already learned how to use charm, intelligence, and trust as a weapon. After medical school, Holmes moved to Chicago, a booming city full of opportunity and anonymity. It was the late 1880s, and Chicago was preparing for the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition, a massive fair that would bring thousands of visitors to the city. Holmes saw the fair not as an opportunity to celebrate progress, but as a chance to exploit, manipulate, and ultimately kill. Holmes purchased a 3-story building in the Englewood neighborhood of Chicago, claiming he was opening a hotel for visitors attending the World's Fair. But this building was no ordinary hotel. He remodeled it extensively, installing hidden staircases, trapdoors, soundproof rooms, secret passages, and even a crematorium in the basement. Every architectural detail was designed to confuse, trap, and ultimately kill those who entered. The building became known as the Murder Castle, and it would soon earn a horrifying reputation. Holmes's crimes were not impulsive. They were meticulously planned. He lured young women to his hotel under the guise of employment, romance, or safe lodging. Once inside, he would isolate them in locked rooms or hidden compartments, torment them, and eventually kill them using poison, strangulation, or starvation. He used his medical knowledge to inflict precise harm and dispose of bodies in ways that made detection difficult. Many victims were cremated, dismembered, or buried in unmarked locations within the building or on nearby properties he owned. Holmes also used his crimes to facilitate financial gain. He married multiple women, often bigamously, and murdered them for life insurance payouts. He created elaborate schemes to embezzle money from hospitals, insurance companies, and businesses, using murder as a way to remove obstacles while profiting from their deaths. His charm, education, and social skills allowed him to manipulate everyone around him, from employees and tenants to business partners and romantic partners. For years, Holmes's activities went unnoticed. Chicago was a chaotic, rapidly growing city, and the transient nature of the World's Fair provided cover for his crimes. Missing persons were common, and Holmes's careful planning ensured he left little trace. Neighbors and guests often described him as polite and helpful, even philanthropic, further masking the horrors occurring behind the walls of his castle. Holmes's downfall began in 1894, when the suspicious death of his associate, Benjamin Pitzel, drew police attention. Pitzel's death was part of a larger insurance fraud scheme, but it led authorities to investigate Holmes's other activities. As investigators examined his properties, including the infamous murder castle, the scale of his crimes became apparent. Hidden rooms, secret passages, and evidence of dismembered bodies revealed a level of premeditation and cruelty that stunned investigators. During his trial, Holmes was charged with the murder of Benjamin Pitzel and later confessed to other killings, though historians believe the total number of victims may have been far higher. Estimates range from 27 to possibly over 200. The trial was sensationalized by the media, portraying Holmes as a cold, calculating genius capable of unimaginable evil. His ability to manipulate, charm, and deceive, even after his capture, fascinated and horrified the public. Holmes was convicted and sentenced to death. On May 7, 1896, he was hanged in Philadelphia, bringing an end to a reign of terror that had spanned more than a decade. Yet even in death, his story became legendary, symbolizing the darkest extremes of human cunning and cruelty. The murder castle was demolished, but the legend remained, inspiring books, documentaries, and studies of criminal psychology for generations. The story of H. Holmes is not simply about murder. It is about the power of intelligence, charm, and planning when combined with moral corruption. It demonstrates how greed, obsession, and the desire for control can drive a person to exploit and destroy those around them, even while maintaining a facade of normalcy. Holmes's life is a chilling reminder that evil can hide in plain sight, that ambition without conscience can be catastrophic, and that some people are capable of calculating horrors beyond imagination. Even today, Holmes's crimes captivate and horrify because they expose a terrifying truth. The most dangerous people are not always those who are obviously violent, but those who can manipulate, deceive, and plan meticulously, hiding monstrous intentions behind the mask of everyday life. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about greed disguised as care, about a man who exploited the most vulnerable, and about how trust placed in medical professionals can become a weapon in the wrong hands. In the healthcare facilities of Ohio and Kentucky during the 1980s, a respiratory therapist was moving quietly through intensive care units in the early morning hours. He was trusted, credentialed, and seemed dedicated to his work. But Donald Harvey was using his access to vulnerable patients to commit crimes that would eventually earn him the grim title of one of America's most prolific medical murderers. This is the story of Donald Harvey, who between 1970 and 1987 ended the lives of at least 37 patients in his care, though he confessed to 87 cases across multiple hospitals. He used various methods, including administering toxic substances, tampering with medical equipment, and introducing contaminants into feeding tubes. His crimes went undetected for 17 years as he moved between facilities, his victims' passings attributed to their underlying medical conditions. His capture in 1987 exposed catastrophic failures in hospital oversight and patient safety protocols. Donald Harvey was born on April 15, 1952, in Butler County, Ohio. His childhood was troubled, marked by alleged abuse that he later claimed shaped his psychology. He struggled in school and had difficulty maintaining relationships. He was quiet and withdrawn, showing little emotion or connection to others around him. Harvey dropped out of high school and joined the Air Force, but his military career was brief. He received a medical discharge after attempting self-harm and showing signs of psychological distress. He returned to Ohio and drifted through various jobs before finding work in healthcare, first as an orderly and later training as a respiratory therapist. Harvey began working at Marymount Hospital in Kentucky in 1970 when he was just 18 years old. Within months of starting this job, patients began experiencing unexpected complications and passings. Harvey later confessed that he ended the lives of at least 15 patients during his time at Marymount, using various methods including smothering and introducing substances into their systems. His stated motivation varied. Sometimes he claimed he was providing mercy to suffering patients. Other times he admitted he killed because patients were difficult or because he was bored. Psychological evaluations would later reveal he derived satisfaction from having power over life and situations, and that he showed classic signs of severe personality disorders. Harvey moved to Cincinnati and found work at the VA Medical Center, where he worked from 1975 to 1985. During this decade, he continued his pattern, ending the lives of numerous patients. He became more sophisticated in his methods, using substances that were difficult to detect and varying his approaches to avoid pattern recognition. He administered cyanide, arsenic, and other toxic materials. He tampered with medical equipment and contaminated feeding systems. The victims were primarily elderly veterans receiving care for serious medical conditions. When they experienced complications or passed away, staff attributed it to their underlying health problems. Harvey was careful to target patients whose conditions made sudden decline plausible. He kept detailed mental records of his activities, but left no written evidence that might incriminate him. Hospital staff never suspected Harvey during his decade at the VA facility. He was seen as a competent, reliable employee who showed up for shifts and did his work. He was quiet and unremarkable, the kind of person who blended into the background. This invisibility allowed him to continue his activities undetected year after year. In 1985, Harvey moved to Drake Hospital in Cincinnati, where he worked in the cardiac care unit. He continued his pattern of harming patients, but here his activities would finally be discovered. In March 1987, a patient named John Powell passed away unexpectedly. Powell's family insisted on an autopsy despite doctors attributing the passing to natural causes. The autopsy revealed high levels of cyanide in Powell's system. This discovery prompted investigation into other recent passings at Drake Hospital. Authorities began examining patterns and discovered suspicious circumstances in multiple cases. When investigators looked into who had access to all the affected patients, Harvey emerged as the common factor. Harvey was questioned by police in March 1987. Initially, he denied involvement, but when confronted with evidence, he began confessing. What started as admission to 1 or 2 cases expanded into a detailed confession spanning 17 years and multiple facilities. Harvey provided information about dozens of victims, describing methods and motivations with disturbing casualness. Authorities were shocked by the scope of his admissions. Harvey confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple hospitals where he had worked. He described using cyanide, arsenic, contaminated solutions, and other methods. He admitted that some victims had been suffering, and he claimed to provide mercy, but many were not terminally ill and could have recovered with proper care. Harvey's trial in 1987 resulted in multiple convictions. Rather than face potential death sentences in Kentucky for murders committed there, he agreed to plead guilty to Ohio charges in exchange for life sentences. He was convicted of 37 cases in Ohio and received multiple consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released. During sentencing, families of victims expressed their anguish at learning their loved ones have been intentionally harmed by someone entrusted with their care. Many have been told their family members passed from natural disease progression, never suspecting foul play until Harvey's confession revealed the truth. The Harvey case exposed serious gaps in hospital safety protocols. There were insufficient controls on access to dangerous substances, inadequate monitoring of patient outcomes by individual staff members, and poor coordination between facilities regarding problem employees. Hospitals had no system for tracking suspicious patterns across institutions. Following Harvey's conviction, healthcare facilities implemented significant reforms. These included better medication security, enhanced monitoring of patient outcomes, systematic review of unexpected complications, and databases to track concerning patterns across multiple employers. These changes came too late for Harvey's victims, but helped protect future patients. Donald Harvey remained imprisoned in Ohio until March 30th, 2017, when he was attacked and fatally injured by another inmate. He was 64 years old. He had spent 30 years in prison, longer than his 17-year career as a healthcare worker who betrayed every principle of his profession. His case stands as a dark reminder that predators can infiltrate helping professions, that trust can be exploited, and that vulnerable patients depend on systems that must be constantly vigilant to protect them from those who see caregiving not as a calling, but as an opportunity to satisfy pathological needs for power and control. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything, about a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances, about a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall, and about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, 2 people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai, who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahau's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony, hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, how had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked, and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahao's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment, and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max, suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahao was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahao either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up. The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of 2 deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went on a first date and never came home, about a man who seemed charming online but had a dark past, and about how a family's relentless search for answers led to the discovery of a predator who thought he could get away with a perfect crime. In August 2016, 27-year-old Sydney Luff was excited about going on a date. She had matched with someone on the dating app Tinder and had been chatting with a woman named Aubrey Trail. Sydney was working at a home improvement store in Lincoln, Nebraska, and was looking forward to meeting someone new. She told her friends and co-workers about the upcoming date, and on November 15, 2016, Sydney went out to meet her date. That was the last time anyone saw Sydney Luff alive. When she didn't show up for work the next day and didn't respond to calls or texts, her friends and family knew immediately that something was wrong. Sydney was responsible and reliable. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. Her worried friends reported her missing to police. Investigators began tracing Sydney's last known movements and discovered that she had gone on a date with someone she had met through Tinder. But as they dug deeper, they found that the person Sydney thought she was meeting wasn't exactly who they claimed to be. The profile belonged to a woman named Bailey Boswell, but Bailey was actually working with her boyfriend, a man named Aubrey Trail. Police obtained surveillance footage from stores where Sydney had been seen with Bailey on their date. The footage showed Sydney and Bailey together, shopping, and appearing to have a normal evening. But after that night, Sydney vanished completely. Her car was found abandoned in her apartment complex parking lot, and her personal belongings were inside, suggesting she had made it home after the date but had then gone somewhere else. As investigators looked into Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail, they discovered a disturbing history. Aubrey Trail was a 51-year-old con artist with a criminal record. He had a history of manipulation and fraud. Bailey Boswell was 23 years old and had been in a relationship with Trail despite their significant age difference. The two were living together and appeared to be involved in some kind of scheme. Police began searching for Bailey and Aubrey, and they also started looking for any evidence that might reveal what had happened to Sydney. What they discovered was horrifying. In late November 2016, investigators found human remains scattered across rural areas in Clay County, Nebraska. The body had been dismembered and disposed of in multiple locations. DNA testing confirmed the worst fears of Sydney's family. The remains belonged to Sydney Luff. The discovery turned the missing person case into a homicide investigation. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were located and arrested. As police questioned them and searched their property, a disturbing picture emerged of what had happened to Sydney. According to the investigation, Aubrey Trail had orchestrated the entire plot. He had convinced Bailey to create the Tinder profile and lure Sydney into meeting them. Trail's plan was to kidnap and harm Sydney, and he had been fantasizing about committing such a crime. Bailey had gone along with the plan, using her appearance and charm to make Sydney feel comfortable and safe. On the night Sydney disappeared, she had gone back to Trail and Boswell's apartment after the initial date. Once there, Trail attacked and strangled Sydney while Bailey was present. After taking Sydney's life, the couple dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations, thinking they could hide the evidence of their crime. During the investigation, police found disturbing evidence in Trail and Boswell's apartment and storage units. They discovered tools that had been used to dismember Sydney's body, cleaning supplies purchased to eliminate evidence, and personal items belonging to Sydney. They also found videos and messages that showed Trail had been planning to commit violence and that Bailey had been a willing participant. Both Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were charged with first-degree ending of life. Trail's trial began in June 2019. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, including the forensic evidence from the crime scene, surveillance footage showing Sydney with Bailey, and testimony about Trail's violent fantasies and plans. During his trial, Aubrey Trail made shocking courtroom outbursts. At one point, he slashed his own throat in the courtroom with a razor blade, causing a chaotic scene before he was subdued and given medical treatment. He survived the suicide attempt, and the trial continued. Trail's bizarre and attention-seeking behavior demonstrated his unstable and manipulative personality. In July 2019, Aubrey Trail was convicted of first-degree ending of Sydney Luff's life. He was sentenced to death by a 3-judge panel. Trail showed no genuine remorse for what he had done and continued to behave erratically throughout the proceedings. His death sentence reflected the premeditated and heinous nature of his crime. Bailey Boswell's trial took place in October 2020. The prosecution argued that she was not merely a passive participant, but had actively helped Trail plan and execute the crime. They showed that Bailey had lured Sydney using the dating app, had been present during the attack, and had helped dispose of the body. Bailey claimed she had been manipulated and controlled by Trail, but the evidence showed she had been a willing participant. Bailey Boswell was also convicted of first-degree ending of life. She became one of the few women in Nebraska history to be sentenced to death. The judge and jury rejected her claims that she was a victim of Trail's manipulation, finding instead that she had made conscious choices to participate in the kidnapping and taking of Sydney's life. Sydney Luff's family has endured unimaginable pain since her disappearance and death. Sydney was a kind, trusting young woman who was simply trying to meet new people and enjoy life. She had no way of knowing that the dating profile she matched with was part of a trap set by 2 people looking for a victim. The case highlighted the potential dangers of online dating and the importance of safety precautions when meeting people from apps. Sydney had told friends about her date and had seemed to take reasonable precautions, but she still encountered predators who saw her as prey rather than a person. Sydney's family has worked to honor her memory by raising awareness about online dating safety and supporting other families who have lost loved ones to violence. They remember Sydney for her bright smile, her love of animals, and her kind heart. She was taken from them by two people who valued their twisted desires more than human life. But Sydney is remembered for who she was, not for how she died. Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell remain on death row in Nebraska, where they will likely spend years in appeals before any execution could take place. But regardless of when or if their sentences are carried out, they have already lost their freedom and will never again be able to harm anyone the way they harmed Sydney Love. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a college freshman who went to a party and never made it home, about security cameras that tracked her final steps, and about how a case that seemed impossible to solve was finally cracked when a suspect made one critical mistake years later. In September 2006, 20-year-old Tara Grinstead was a beloved high school teacher and former beauty queen living in Acilla, Georgia. She taught history at Irwin County High School and was a mentor to many of her students. On October 22, 2006, Tara went to a beauty pageant where she was helping as a judge, and afterward, she attended a barbecue at a friend's house. That was the last time anyone saw her. When Tara didn't show up for work on Monday morning, her colleagues knew something was wrong. Tara was extremely reliable and would never miss work without calling. Friends went to her house to check on her and found her car parked outside and her cell phone and keys inside the home. The front door was locked and there were no obvious signs of a break-in or struggle. But Tara was gone. Police began investigating immediately, and the case quickly became one of Georgia's most high-profile missing person cases. Tara's disappearance made national news, and the small town of Acilla was gripped with fear and speculation about what had happened to the popular teacher. Investigators found a latex glove in Tara's front yard that appeared to have been left recently, but testing didn't reveal whose it was. For over a decade, the case remained unsolved. Despite extensive investigations, numerous tips, and several persons of interest being questioned over the years, no one was ever charged. Tara's family never gave up hope of finding answers, and the case was featured on multiple true crime shows and podcasts, most notably on the podcast Up and Vanished, which brought renewed attention to the case in 2016. Then in February 2017, over 11 years after Tara disappeared, investigators got the break they had been waiting for. A man named Ryan Duke was arrested and charged with taking Tara Grinstead's life. Duke had been a student at Irwin County High School and would have known who Tara was, though he was not one of her students. The arrest shocked the community because Duke had never been a major suspect in the case. According to the investigation, Ryan Duke confessed to a friend about what he had done, and that friend eventually went to authorities. Duke told investigators that he had broken into Tara's home intending to commit burglary. He claimed he was high on drugs at the time, and that when Tara woke up and confronted him, he panicked and attacked her, strangling her to death. Duke said he then enlisted the help of a friend named Bo Dukes to dispose of Tara's body. According to the confession, the two men took Tara's body to a pecan orchard that belonged to Bo Dukes' family, where they burned her remains and scattered the ashes. Bo Dukes was arrested and charged with concealing a death and hindering the apprehension of a criminal. He was later convicted and sentenced to 25 years in prison. The confession and arrest brought some answers to Tara's family after more than a decade of uncertainty. But the case was far from over. Ryan Duke's trial was delayed multiple times over the next several years. Then, when the trial finally began in 2022, Duke did something shocking. He recanted his confession. At trial, Ryan Duke claimed that his confession had been false and that he had only confessed because he was under pressure. He now claimed that Bo Dukes was actually the one who had taken Tara's life and that he, Ryan, had only helped dispose of the body. Duke testified that Bo had told him he killed Tara and forced him to help burn her remains, threatening him to keep quiet about it. The trial became a complicated he-said situation. Bo Dukes was already in prison and chose not to testify, exercising his Fifth Amendment right. The prosecution had Ryan Duke's original confession, where he admitted to strangling Tara, but Duke was now claiming that confession was coerced and false. The defense argued that Bo Dukes was the real killer and that Ryan had been wrongly blamed. The jury heard testimony about the investigation, about the latex glove found in Tara's yard, and about the lack of physical evidence directly tying Ryan Duke to the scene. They heard Ryan Duke's confession and his explanation for why he now said it wasn't true. They had to decide whether to believe Duke's original confession or his trial testimony claiming innocence. In May 2022, after several days of deliberation, the jury reached a surprising verdict. They found Ryan Duke not guilty of taking Tara Grinstead's life. However, they did convict him of concealing a death, finding that he had helped dispose of her body, even if they weren't convinced beyond reasonable doubt that he had been the one to kill her. Duke was sentenced to 10 years in prison, with credit for time already served while awaiting trial. The verdict was devastating for Tara's family and friends. After waiting 16 years for justice, the person who confessed to ending Tara's life was acquitted of that charge. Many people in the community believe that Ryan Duke had gotten away with taking a life, while others felt the jury had done the right thing given the lack of physical evidence and the recanted confession. Bo Dukes remains in prison, serving his sentence for concealing Tara's death and hindering the investigation. Some people believe he was actually the one who killed Tara, as Ryan Duke claimed at trial. Others believe both men were involved in different ways. The truth about exactly what happened to Tara Grinstead that October night in 2006 may never be fully known. Tara Grinstead was a dedicated teacher who made a positive impact on countless students during her career. She was working on her master's degree and had her whole future ahead of her. Her former students remember her as caring, encouraging, and someone who genuinely wanted to help them succeed. She deserved to continue teaching and inspiring young people, but instead, her life was cut short. The case highlighted how difficult it can be to prosecute crimes when physical evidence is destroyed and when the only evidence is a confession that is later recanted. It also showed how cold cases can sometimes be solved years or even decades later when witnesses finally come forward with information. While Tara's family didn't get the verdict they hoped for, they at least finally knew what had happened to her and were able to have some closure after 16 years of painful uncertainty. Tara's legacy lives on through the students whose lives she touched and through the foundation her family established to provide scholarships to local students. She is remembered not for how she died, but for how she lived and the positive difference she made in her community during her 20-year life. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who was excited to start her new life in a big city, about an apartment building that became a hunting ground, and about how a maintenance worker used his keys and his knowledge of when tenants would be home alone to commit a series of terrifying attacks that left a community in fear. In the summer of 2015, Ashley Manta was a 23-year-old woman who had just moved into a nice apartment complex in Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. She was starting a new job and was excited about her independence. The apartment building seemed safe and well-maintained, and Ashley felt comfortable living there on her own. On the night of August 10th, 2015, Ashley was home alone in her apartment when she heard someone at her door. Before she could react, a man burst into her apartment. He was wearing dark clothing and had his face partially covered. The intruder attacked Ashley, and despite her attempts to fight back, he overpowered her and assaulted her. After the attack, he fled the apartment, leaving Ashley traumatized and terrified. Ashley immediately called police and reported the assault. Officers responded quickly and began investigating. Ashley gave them a description of her attacker, though she hadn't been able to see his face clearly. Detectives processed the crime scene for evidence and interviewed neighbors to see if anyone had seen or heard anything suspicious. But there were no obvious leads about who had attacked Ashley or how he had gotten into her apartment. Then, just 2 weeks later, on August 24th, 2015, another woman in the same apartment complex was attacked in a nearly identical manner. A man had entered her apartment and assaulted her before fleeing. The second victim also reported that the attacker seemed to know the layout of her apartment and had gotten inside without any signs of forced entry, as if he had a key. The two attacks in the same building within such a short time period were clearly connected. Police realized they were dealing with a serial predator who was specifically targeting women in this apartment complex. Detectives began looking at everyone who had access to the building, including maintenance workers, security staff, and anyone else who might have keys to the apartments. The investigation focused on the apartment complex's maintenance staff because the attacker seemed to have keys and detailed knowledge of the building's layout. One maintenance worker who drew particular attention was 30-year-old Devin Burgess. Burgess had worked at the complex for several months and had access to all the apartments. He also fit the general physical description both victims had provided. Detectives obtained surveillance footage from cameras around the apartment complex. The footage showed Burgess near the victims' apartments around the times of the attacks. His work schedule gave him opportunities to observe when residents were home alone. Cell phone records also placed him in the area during the attacks. Police arrested Devin Burgess and obtained a search warrant for his home and vehicle. Inside, they found items that belonged to the victims, including pieces of jewelry and other personal belongings that had been taken during the attacks. They also found clothing that matched what the attacker had been wearing. The evidence connecting Burgess to the crimes was strong and growing stronger. As the investigation continued, detectives discovered that Burgess had been systematically targeting women who lived alone. He had used his position as a maintenance worker to identify vulnerable victims. He would enter apartments when he knew the women would be home alone, using his master key to get inside without having to break in. His job gave him the perfect cover to case the apartments and plan his attacks. DNA evidence collected from the crime scenes was tested and matched Devin Burgess. The combination of DNA evidence, the stolen property found in his possession, surveillance footage, and his opportunity and access to the apartments built an overwhelming case against him. Burgess was charged with multiple counts of assault and burglary. As news of Burgess's arrest spread, other women from the apartment complex and from previous places where he had worked came forward with similar stories. Some reported feeling uncomfortable around Burgess or having noticed him acting suspiciously. Others reported items missing from their apartments or signs that someone had been inside when they weren't home. The full scope of his predatory behavior was beginning to emerge. Devin Burgess's trial began in 2016. The prosecution presented the DNA evidence, the stolen items found in his possession, and testimony from the victims about their terrifying ordeals. The victims described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own homes, the one place where they should have felt safe. They talked about no longer feeling secure in their apartments and the difficulty of trusting anyone after the attacks. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Burgess's access to the apartments as a maintenance worker didn't prove he had committed the assaults. However, the DNA evidence was conclusive, and the stolen property found in his home was impossible to explain away. The jury found the evidence overwhelming. In 2017, Devin Burgess was convicted on all charges related to the attacks on Ashley and the other victim. He was sentenced to multiple life sentences plus additional years for burglary and other charges. The judge noted the particularly predatory nature of his crimes, using his position of trust to identify and attack vulnerable women in their own homes. Burgess will spend the rest of his life in prison. The case led to changes in how apartment complexes screen and monitor their maintenance staff. Many properties implemented policies requiring background checks and systems to track when and why maintenance workers enter individual apartments. The attacks highlighted the vulnerability people face when maintenance workers, who necessarily have access to private living spaces, abuse that trust. For Ashley and the other victims, the conviction brought some measure of justice, but the trauma of the attacks remained. Being assaulted in your own home violates a fundamental sense of safety and security. The knowledge that the attacker was someone who had legitimate access to the building and had been watching and planning made the violation even worse. Ashley has spoken publicly about her experience, hoping to raise awareness about the importance of security measures in apartment buildings and the need for residents to trust their instincts if something feels wrong. She has worked to help other assault survivors and has advocated for stronger tenant protections. Devin Burgess used his position as a maintenance worker to terrorize women who trusted that the people working in their building were there to help them, not hurt them. His crimes serve as a reminder that predators can hide behind any uniform or position of authority, and that vigilance and strong security protocols are essential in multi-unit housing where so many people have access to private spaces. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young mother who disappeared after dropping her son off at daycare, about a husband who seemed desperate to find his missing wife, and about how investigators discovered that a seemingly devoted family man had been living a double life that led him to commit an unspeakable crime. In May 2010, 25-year-old Kinsey Houck was 7 months pregnant and living with her fiancé Chris Brown and their blended family in rural Pennsylvania. Wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In September 2012, 30-year-old Jennifer Dullos was a successful writer and mother of 5 children living in an affluent suburb of Connecticut. She was going through a contentious divorce from her husband Fotis Dullos, and the couple was battling over custody of their children. Jennifer had moved out of the family home and was living in a rental house in New Canaan with the kids. On the morning of May 24, 2019, Jennifer dropped her children off at school and returned home. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. When Jennifer failed to pick up her children from school that afternoon, friends immediately knew something was wrong. Jennifer was an extremely devoted mother who would never miss picking up her kids. Police were called, and a missing person investigation began. Officers went to Jennifer's home and found her car parked in the garage. Inside the house, they discovered signs of a violent struggle. There was blood evidence throughout the garage and house, with attempts having been made to clean it up. The amount of blood suggested that whoever had been injured was unlikely to have survived. Jennifer's phone and purse were missing, but her car was there, indicating she hadn't left voluntarily. Police immediately suspected foul play and began investigating. The contentious divorce and custody battle made Jennifer's estranged husband Fotis Dullos an obvious person of interest. Fotis was a luxury home builder who had been struggling financially. The divorce was costing him money, and Jennifer had been asking for sole custody of their 5 children. Fotis had a clear motive if Jennifer was out of the way. Investigators began tracking Fotis's movements on the day Jennifer disappeared. Surveillance footage from around New Canaan showed a vehicle matching Fotis's truck in Jennifer's neighborhood around the time she would have returned home from school drop-off. Additional surveillance footage from Hartford, Connecticut showed Fotis and his girlfriend Michelle Triconis driving around the city that evening, stopping at various locations to dispose of garbage bags. Police retrieved the garbage bags from trash receptacles along the route Fotis and Michelle had taken. Inside the bags, they found items containing Jennifer's blood, including bloodied clothing, sponges used for cleaning, and zip ties. The evidence strongly suggested that Fotis had attacked Jennifer at her home, and he and Michelle had attempted to dispose of evidence afterward. Fotis Dullos was arrested in June 2019 and charged with tampering with evidence and hindering prosecution. Michelle Triconis was also arrested on similar charges. Both initially denied any involvement in Jennifer's disappearance. As the investigation continued, police also arrested Fotis's friend and attorney Kent Mawany, alleging he had helped Fotis plan Jennifer's disappearance. Despite extensive searches throughout Connecticut, Jennifer's body was never found. Police searched properties owned by Fotis, areas near where evidence had been disposed of, and numerous other locations based on tips and cell phone data. Dive teams searched bodies of water, and search dogs were deployed across the region. But there was no sign of Jennifer. In January 2020, Fotis Dullos was arrested again, this time charged with capital murder, felony murder, and kidnapping in connection with Jennifer's disappearance and presumed death. Prosecutors believed they had enough evidence to charge him with taking Jennifer's life even without having found her body. The blood evidence, the surveillance footage, and the pattern of attempts to cover up the crime built a strong circumstantial case. Just days after being charged with ending Jennifer's life, Fotis Dullos attempted to take his own life at his home. He was found in his garage with carbon monoxide poisoning from his vehicle's exhaust. He was rushed to the hospital but never regained consciousness. On January 30th, 2020, Fotis Dulos died, bringing an end to any possibility of a trial that might have revealed what happened to Jennifer. Fotis's death left many questions unanswered. Jennifer's body has never been recovered, meaning her family has been unable to properly lay her to rest. The 5 children Jennifer and Fotis shared lost both their mother, who disappeared, and their father, who took his own life after being charged with her ending. The children have been raised by Jennifer's mother, Gloria Farber, who has worked to preserve Jennifer's memory for them. Michelle Triconis went to trial in 2024 for her role in helping Fotis cover up the crime. She was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder, tampering with evidence, and hindering prosecution. Prosecutors argued that Michelle had known what Fotis was planning and had helped him both before and after Jennifer's disappearance. She was sentenced to multiple years in prison. Kent Mawney, Fotis's friend and attorney, was also charged with conspiracy to commit ending of life. Prosecutors alleged that he had helped Fotis plan Jennifer's disappearance and had provided an alibi. His case was still working through the court's years after the crime occurred. The evidence suggests that on the morning of May 24th, 2019, Fotis was lying in wait at Jennifer's home when she returned from dropping the children at school. He attacked her in the garage, taking her life in a violent assault. He then disposed of her body in a location that has never been found, despite years of searching. The cleanup attempts and evidence disposal show planning and consciousness of guilt. Jennifer Dulos was a devoted mother who put her children first in everything she did. She had been working on a book and pursuing her passion for writing while raising 5 kids. She had found the courage to leave a difficult marriage and was fighting for custody of her children because she believed it was best for them. She deserved to continue being a mother to her kids and see them grow up, but instead her life was stolen by someone who saw her as an obstacle. The case highlighted the dangers that women face during divorce proceedings, particularly when custody and finances are being contested. Jennifer had expressed fears for her safety in court documents related to the divorce, but those fears hadn't been enough to protect her. Her disappearance left 5 children without either parent and left a community searching for answers about what happened to a woman who simply wanted to protect her kids. Jennifer's family continues to search for her remains, hoping that someday they will be able to bring her home and give her a proper burial. They have established a foundation in her name to support victims of domestic violence and help ensure that other families don't suffer the same tragedy. Jennifer's legacy lives on through her children and through the awareness her case has brought to the dangers of domestic violence and contentious divorce situations. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved sympathy more than anything, about a hospital where tragedy struck repeatedly, and about how the desperate need for attention can transform a caregiver into something deadly. In the pediatric ward of the San Antonio Hospital during the early 1980s, a young nurse named Janine Jones seemed extraordinarily dedicated to her young patients. She would volunteer for extra shifts, stay late to comfort sick children, and showed what appeared to be genuine devotion to her work. But colleagues began noticing a disturbing pattern. Children under Janine's care experienced sudden medical emergencies at alarming rates. Babies would stop breathing, hearts would stop beating, and 4 lines would mysteriously fail. Janine would spring into action, attempting resuscitation with dramatic urgency, sometimes succeeding and sometimes failing. The pediatric intensive care unit was experiencing a crisis, and no one could understand why so many children were suddenly deteriorating under mysterious circumstances. This is the story of Janine Jones, a pediatric nurse who between 1977 and 1982 is believed to have harmed dozens of infants and children in her care, with estimates of deaths ranging from 15 to over 60. She would inject children with dangerous medications that cause cardiac arrest and respiratory failure, then attempt dramatic rescues that sometimes saved them and sometimes did not. She craved the attention and praise that came from being involved in medical emergencies, and she became addicted to the adrenaline and recognition that accompanied each crisis. Her arrest in 1984 exposed a pattern of harm that had gone undetected for years as hospitals failed to recognize that their most dedicated nurse was actually their most dangerous employee. Janine Jones was born on July 13th, 1950, in San Antonio, Texas. She was adopted as an infant by a couple who struggled to provide emotional stability. Her childhood was marked by difficulties connecting with others and a desperate need for attention and validation. She performed adequately in school, but showed signs of dramatic behavior, often exaggerating situations to make herself the center of attention. As a young woman, Janine decided to become a nurse, entering a vocational nursing program. She was technically competent and passed her training, beginning work at Behar County Hospital in San Antonio in 1977. She was assigned to the pediatric intensive care unit, where she would work with the sickest children in the hospital. From the beginning, Janine showed concerning behaviors. She was overly dramatic during emergencies, sometimes seeming more focused on her own role than on the patient's welfare. She would insert herself into situations even when other nurses were handling them competently. She seemed to thrive on chaos and crisis, becoming energized when children experienced medical emergencies. Colleagues began noticing that medical emergencies happened with unusual frequency during Janine's shifts. Children who had been stable would suddenly crash, their hearts stopping or breathing ceasing without clear medical explanation. The pediatric unit began referring to shifts when Janine worked as particularly stressful because they knew multiple emergencies would likely occur. Between 1977 and 1982, the pediatric intensive care unit at Behar County Hospital experienced a dramatic increase in unexpected infant deaths and medical emergencies. Hospital staff became increasingly concerned, and some nurses directly expressed suspicions about Janine. But hospital administrators were slow to investigate thoroughly, perhaps reluctant to believe that a nurse could be deliberately harming patients. In 1982, mounting concerns finally led the hospital to quietly ask Janine to resign. Rather than investigating criminally or reporting her to licensing authorities, the hospital simply let her go with neutral references. This decision allowed Janine to immediately find employment at a pediatric clinic in Kerrville, Texas, where she continued her pattern of creating medical emergencies. At the Kerrville clinic, Janine's behavior continued. Children who came in for routine visits would experience sudden seizures or cardiac arrest while under her care. In September 1982, 15-month-old Chelsea McClellan was brought to the clinic for a routine immunization. While in Janine's care, Chelsea stopped breathing and went into cardiac arrest. Despite resuscitation attempts, Chelsea passed away. Her death was initially attributed to natural causes, but her parents were suspicious about the circumstances. Shortly after, another child named Rolando Santos experienced a sudden seizure and cardiac arrest while at the clinic. He survived, but the emergency seemed to have no clear medical explanation. The clinic's physician, Dr. Kathleen Holland, became deeply suspicious and began investigating. She discovered missing medications from her clinic, including suspenseful, a powerful muscle relaxant that could cause respiratory paralysis. Dr. Holland contacted authorities and a criminal investigation began. Investigators examined the pattern of emergencies at both the hospital and the clinic, finding that they clustered overwhelmingly during Janine's shifts. They discovered that medications were missing from supplies Janine had access to. Witnesses reported seeing Janine near patients just before unexplained medical crises began. Testing of tissue samples from Chelsea McClellan revealed the presence of suspenseful, a drug that had no legitimate reason to be in her system. This evidence, combined with the statistical impossibility of so many emergencies occurring during one nurse's shifts, pointed clearly to Janine as the cause. Janine Jones was arrested in 1983 and charged with the passing of Chelsea McClellan and injury to Rolando Santos. Her trial began in 1984 and lasted several weeks. The prosecution presented evidence of the dramatic increase in emergencies during her shifts, the missing medications, the presence of drugs in victims that should not have been administered, and expert testimony about the statistical impossibility of so many unexplained crises being coincidental. Janine's defense argued that she was being scapegoated for natural deaths and complications that could happen in any pediatric setting. But the evidence was overwhelming. The pattern was too clear, the statistical analysis too compelling, and the presence of unauthorized drugs in victims too damning. On February 15, 1984, Janine Jones was convicted of taking Chelsea McClellan's life and injuring Rolando Santos. She was sentenced to 99 years for the passing and 60 years for the injury, to be served concurrently. Under Texas law at the time, she would be eligible for parole after serving one-third of her sentence. After her conviction, investigators continued examining cases from her time at Behar County Hospital. They identified dozens of suspicious deaths and medical emergencies that occurred during her shifts. Estimates of her victims range from 15 to over 60 children, though proving older cases was difficult due to time passage and lack of preserved evidence. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, betrayal, and the dark side of ambition. The kind of story that begins in ordinary suburban streets, but ends with a shocking crime that shakes an entire community to its core. It's about a man who appeared normal, even charming, but whose need for control and power would ultimately lead him to murder. This is the story of Robert Durst, the real-life billionaire whose life of wealth, privilege, and privilege-fueled secrecy became a decades-long tale of suspicion, disappearance, and murder. Robert Allen Durst was born on April 12, 1943, into one of New York's wealthiest families. His father, Seymour Durst, was a prominent real estate mogul who built a fortune in Manhattan, and his mother, Bernice, ran a tightly controlled household. From an early age, Robert was aware of the immense expectations placed on him. His father often expressed disappointment in Robert, criticizing him for laziness, irresponsibility, and a perceived lack of business acumen. Robert's older brother, Douglas, was the family golden boy, successful, disciplined, and favored in every way. Durst attended prestigious schools, including Lehigh University and the University of California, Los Angeles, where he studied economics. He was tall, handsome, and charming, the type who could attract friends and lovers easily. But beneath the surface lay a growing sense of resentment and isolation. Friends and classmates later described him as erratic, manipulative, and often detached, someone who would go to great lengths to avoid accountability or criticism. In 1971, Durst married Kathleen McCormick, a nurse from Pennsylvania. Friends described her as intelligent, warm, and the only person capable of taming Robert's volatile personality. But within a year, tensions had escalated. Kathleen had become increasingly unhappy in the marriage, frustrated by Robert's secrecy, erratic behavior, and controlling tendencies. On January 31st, 1982, Kathleen disappeared. She was last seen leaving their home in Westchester County, New York, and was never seen again. For decades, her disappearance remained a mystery. Authorities initially suspected foul play, but Durst was never formally charged. Friends and family claimed he was cooperative, though his alibis were often contradictory. Some reports suggested that he was violent in private, controlling, and paranoid, traits that would surface repeatedly in his life. Durst told investigators he had no idea what happened to Kathleen, but he was evasive and inconsistent when recounting his movements. For years, Robert Durst moved freely, using his wealth and family connections to shield himself from scrutiny. In 2000, he became the prime suspect in another crime, the murder of his neighbor, Morris Black, in Galveston, Texas. Black had been a friend of Durst's, and Durst claimed self-defense after Black supposedly attacked him. Durst admitted to dismembering Black's body and disposing of it in Galveston Bay, but he maintained that the killing was accidental. Remarkably, Durst was acquitted of murder in 2003, claiming self-defense and convincing a jury that there was insufficient evidence of premeditation. His wealth, charisma, and the ambiguous nature of the crime allowed him to walk free. But Durst's dark pattern did not end there. Over the years, he continued to live under assumed identities, moving from city to city, evading both law enforcement and the scrutiny of his own family. He changed his name, rented apartments under fake identities, and cultivated relationships that allowed him to maintain a veneer of normalcy while hiding an escalating pattern of violence and deceit. The crimes, the lies, and the evasions reached a tipping point in 2010. Durst had been living in New Orleans, attempting to lay low after years of suspicion surrounding Kathleen's disappearance. He was arrested for parole violations stemming from the Morris Black case, and media attention reignited interest in all his previous cases. Around this time, filmmakers working on an HBO documentary about Durst, The Jinx, gained unprecedented access to him. Through interviews, archival footage, and Durst's own admissions, the public finally began to understand the full scope of his life of crime. In a shocking twist during the documentary's production, Durst was recorded seemingly confessing to multiple murders, including that of his wife Kathleen, while apparently unaware that his microphone was still live. He spoke of the crimes in a detached, almost casual manner, revealing decades of manipulation, deception, and violence that had gone unchecked due to his wealth and social standing. Authorities quickly acted. Durst was arrested in New Orleans in 2015 and extradited to Los Angeles to face charges in Kathleen McCormick's murder. The evidence against him was circumstantial but compelling. Long-standing patterns of abuse, inconsistencies in his statements over decades, and newly discovered links connecting him to her disappearance. His previous killings and suspicious behavior reinforced the narrative that Durst was capable of murder. The trial revealed a man who manipulated everyone around him. Friends and former lovers described him as charming yet controlling, capable of extreme deception to maintain power and avoid consequences. His life of privilege, combined with a cold and calculating nature, had allowed him to evade justice for decades, leaving families shattered and communities questioning how wealth and influence could distort accountability. On January 10th, 2021, Robert Durst died in a Los Angeles hospital while serving life sentences for his crimes, including the murder of Morris Black. Though he never faced a jury for Kathleen's disappearance due to his death before trial, his life had already left an indelible mark on true crime history. The Durst saga exposed the terrifying ways in which charm, wealth, and manipulation can mask unimaginable violence, and it forced society to confront the uncomfortable truth that sometimes monsters were the faces of the people we trust most. The story of Robert Durst is not just about murder. It's about deception, privilege, and the lengths a person will go to protect themselves from accountability. It is about how obsession, entitlement, and a desire for control can turn someone into a lifelong threat, capable of destroying lives while hiding in plain sight. And it is a cautionary tale that reminds us the most dangerous people are often those who seem, at first, to have it all. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition without limits, about a woman who saw opportunity in tragedy, and about how the desire for wealth can transform caregiving into something sinister. In the boarding houses of early 20th century America, where elderly people and invalids sought care in their final years, a pattern was emerging that would take decades to recognize. Certain caregivers seemed to have unusually high numbers of patients who passed away unexpectedly, often leaving behind wills that benefited their caretakers. One woman in particular moved from state to state, always finding new clients, always collecting inheritances, always moving on before suspicions could solidify. This is the story of Amy Archer Gilligan, the proprietor of the Archer Home for the Elderly and Infirm in Windsor, Connecticut. Between 1907 and 1917, at least 5 people in her care passed away under suspicious circumstances, though investigators believe the true number may have been as high as 48. She would convince elderly clients to sign over their assets or name her in their wills, then administer arsenic or other substances to hasten their passing. Her arrest in 1916 exposed a decade of suspected crimes and inspired the play and film Arsenic and Old Lace. Amy Duggan was born in 1873 in Connecticut to Irish immigrant parents. She grew up in modest circumstances and received basic education. She was intelligent and ambitious, determined to rise above her working-class origins. She married James Archer in 1897, and together they established a home for elderly boarders in 1907, purchasing a large house in Windsor, Connecticut. The Archer home advertised itself as providing quality care for elderly people in their final years. Amy and James charged either ongoing fees for care or offered lifetime residency for a single large payment. Many elderly clients chose the lifetime option, paying substantial sums up front with the understanding they would be cared for until their natural passing. James Archer passed away in 1910 under circumstances that were considered natural at the time. Amy inherited his share of the business and continued operating the home. She remarried in 1913 to Michael Gilligan, but he passed away suspiciously just 3 months after their wedding, having recently made Amy the beneficiary of his life insurance policy. Over the years, residents of the Archer home passed away with unusual frequency. Amy would convince clients to make her the beneficiary of their estates or to pay large lump sums for lifetime care. Then those clients would become ill suddenly and pass away within weeks or months. Amy would collect whatever assets they had left behind, sometimes substantial amounts. The deaths were attributed to natural causes related to age and infirmity. In the early 1900s, elderly people were expected to decline and pass away, and thorough investigations were rare. Amy was skilled at presenting herself as a devoted caregiver, heartbroken by the loss of her charges. She would arrange funerals and express appropriate grief while quietly collecting inheritances. But whispers began spreading in Windsor. Local residents noticed that people who entered the Archer home in reasonable health seemed to decline rapidly. Families of former residents began comparing notes and realized that multiple people had changed their wills shortly before passing away unexpectedly. Some relatives have been told their loved ones were too ill for visits, only to learn days later that they had passed. The breakthrough came in 1914 when relatives of Franklin Andrews became suspicious after his sudden passing just weeks after entering the home. They demanded an investigation. When his body was exhumed and tested, it contained high levels of arsenic. This discovery prompted authorities to exhume other former residents, and multiple bodies tested positive for arsenic or other substances. Investigation revealed that Amy had been purchasing large quantities of arsenic from local pharmacies, claiming she needed it for pest control. The amount she purchased far exceeded what would be necessary for rodents. Records showed she had bought arsenic shortly before multiple residents became fatally ill. Financial investigation uncovered a pattern of residents changing their wills or signing over assets shortly before becoming ill and passing away. Amy had collected thousands of dollars in inheritances and insurance payments over the years. What appeared to be unfortunate coincidences now looked like systematic poisoning for profit. Amy was arrested in May 1916 and charged with multiple counts. Her trial began in June 1917 and drew significant public attention. The prosecution presented evidence of arsenic purchases, suspicious timing of illnesses and passings, and financial records showing Amy's profit from resident deaths. Amy's defense argued that the arsenic was genuinely for pest control and that the deaths were natural given the residents' advanced ages and health conditions. But the evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution showed that healthy residents became fatally ill shortly after Amy purchased arsenic, and that she had clear financial motives. The jury convicted Amy on one count, and she was sentenced to death by hanging. However, her attorneys successfully argued that she was mentally incompetent. She was evaluated by psychiatrists who diagnosed her with various mental conditions, and her sentence was commuted. She was committed to Connecticut State Hospital for the Insane, where she would spend the rest of her life. Amy Archer Gilligan remained institutionalized for 23 years, maintaining her innocence throughout. She passed away in the psychiatric hospital in 1962 at age 89, having outlived all her victims and most of their families. Her case became one of the most notorious examples of what would later be called healthcare serial cases, where caregivers harm those in their care for financial gain. The case inspired Arsenic and Old Lace, though that work transformed the story into dark comedy rather than depicting the tragedy of real victims. The investigation into Amy's activities revealed systemic problems in how elderly care facilities were monitored in early 20th century America. There were few regulations governing nursing homes, little oversight of how residents' finances were managed, and minimal investigation when elderly people passed away. Amy exploited all these gaps. Her victims were elderly people who had trusted her with their care and their assets in their most vulnerable years. Many had no close family to advocate for them or question suspicious circumstances. Some had specifically chosen the Archer home because Amy seemed so caring and competent. They paid for quality care in their final years and instead received poisoning that ended their lives prematurely. The case led to reforms in Connecticut and other states regarding nursing home oversight, requirements for investigating suspicious passings of residents, and regulations about financial relationships between caregivers and clients. These changes came too late for Amy's victims, but helped protect future generations. Amy Archer Gilligan demonstrated how positions of trust over vulnerable populations can be exploited by those motivated by greed. She showed how easily elderly people, already expected to decline and pass, could be victimized without raising immediate suspicion. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about how someone can study crime for years, talk endlessly about morality and intelligence, and still leave behind a trail so clear that it eventually exposes everything. This is a true story about control, ego, and a man who believed he was smarter than everyone searching for him, right up until the moment he wasn't. Mark Twitchell lived in Edmonton, Canada, and outwardly his life looked ordinary, even a little unremarkable. He worked in television production, had a wife, a young child, and a deep fascination with crime stories. He admired clever villains, elaborate plots, and the idea of outwitting investigators. To people around him, this interest seemed intellectual rather than dangerous. He spoke about storytelling, structure, and psychology. No one around him suspected that these ideas were no longer just entertainment to him. Behind closed doors, his life felt smaller than he wanted it to be. His career had stalled. His marriage was strained. He spent long hours online, constructing a second identity where he felt powerful, admired, and in control. In this digital space, he could be anyone he wanted, and more importantly, he could make other people come to him. In 2008, Twitchell began using online dating sites under fake names. He posed as a successful, attractive man looking for discreet encounters. The profiles were carefully written, friendly, and believable. They didn't raise alarms. They didn't rush. They created a sense of trust that felt natural to the people reading them. One of those people was John Bryan Alty. John was 38 years old, recently divorced, and trying to rebuild his life. Friends described him as kind, quiet, and hopeful. He responded to one of Twitchell's profiles, thinking he was meeting a woman for a casual date. The conversation felt normal. The meeting place was Twitchell's garage, which he had converted into what he described as a temporary workspace. John arrived on October 3rd, 2008. What happened next did not unfold in a sudden burst of chaos. It followed a plan that had been rehearsed repeatedly in Twitchell's mind. John was attacked shortly after entering the garage. He was beaten and stabbed. The violence was swift but deliberate. This was not a moment of rage. It was an act Twitchell had prepared for, fantasized about, and believed he could erase. After killing John, Twitchell dismembered his body and disposed of the remains in different locations around Edmonton. He cleaned the garage carefully, believing he had removed all traces of what he had done. He returned to his routine, convinced that the crime had gone unnoticed. But John didn't simply disappear. Friends noticed his sudden silence. He missed plans. He stopped answering messages. Eventually, a missing persons report was filed. Police began tracing his last known communications, which led them directly to the online profile he had been speaking to before he vanished. That profile led to Mark Twitchell. At first, Twitchell appeared calm and cooperative. He claimed John had never arrived. He said the meeting had been canceled. His story was smooth, confident, and well-rehearsed. But investigators noticed small inconsistencies. The timeline didn't quite fit. Surveillance footage placed John near Twitchell's garage. Witnesses reported seeing a man matching John's description enter the area. Police searched the garage. Despite Twitchell's efforts, they found blood evidence that forensic testing later confirmed belonged to John Alty. They also discovered a drain that had been used to wash away biological material, along with signs of recent, intense cleaning. The scene did not match an innocent explanation. As investigators continued digging, something even more disturbing emerged. On Twitchell's computer, police found a document titled SK Confessions. It was a detailed narrative written in the first person, describing the planning and execution of a murder that closely matched John's disappearance. The writing wasn't panicked or remorseful. It was analytical, almost proud. Twitchell described his actions as if he were narrating a story rather than confessing to a crime. The document revealed his mindset clearly. He believed he was superior. He believed he was creating something memorable. He believed the act itself mattered more than the human life he had taken. Police also uncovered evidence that John was not meant to be the only victim. Another man, David Bagshaw, had nearly been lured to the same garage weeks earlier. He survived only because he noticed something felt wrong and left before anything could happen. When investigators contacted him, his account matched the pattern perfectly. Twitchell was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. During the trial, prosecutors methodically dismantled the image Twitchell had built around himself. They showed how his online profiles were fabricated. They presented the confession document. They walked the jury through the physical evidence that tied him to the crime scene. There was no dramatic mystery left by the time the case was laid out in full. The defense attempted to argue fantasy versus reality, suggesting the document was fictional, a creative exercise. But the blood evidence, the timeline, and the disappearance of John Altinger left no room for doubt. Fiction does not leave DNA behind. In 2011, Mark Twitchell was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. For John Altinger's family, the conviction brought answers, but not peace. He had been looking for connection, not danger. He trusted someone who had engineered every detail of the encounter for his own gratification. This case lingers not because the killer was clever, but because he thought he was. He believed intelligence could replace empathy. He believed preparation could erase consequence. He believed he could turn a human life into a footnote in his own imagined story. Instead, the evidence spoke quietly and persistently, waiting for someone to listen. John Altinger is remembered not for how he died, but for how ordinary and human his hopes were. He wanted companionship. He wanted to move forward. He did not expect that someone else's obsession with control would end his life. And that is what makes this story unsettling in a different way. Not the brutality alone, but the calm intention behind it. The idea that someone can plan, rehearse, and execute violence while believing they're simply proving something to themselves. In the end, Mark Twitchell did not outsmart anyone. He only revealed who he truly was. I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. I'm going to tell you a story about how trust was turned into a weapon, how power hid behind fame, and how silence allowed evil to grow inside one of America's most respected universities. For decades, Jerry Sandusky was known as one of the brightest minds in college football. At Pennsylvania State University, he helped build a program that symbolized discipline, teamwork, and pride. Parents admired him, players respected him, and the community treated him as a hero. What nobody saw was the darkness behind that success. The double life of a man who used his position to exploit the very children he claimed to protect. Jerry Sandusky was born in 1944 in a small Pennsylvania town. His parents ran a local youth recreation center, a place filled with the laughter of children and the sound of bouncing basketballs. From an early age, he learned how to connect with kids, how to seem trustworthy, how to play the role of the caring mentor. When he joined Penn State's football staff in 1969, he quickly became a central figure in the team's success. He was known for his enthusiasm, his focus on defense, and his ability to motivate young players. In the late 1970s, he started a charity called the Second Mile, officially meant to support disadvantaged children and give them guidance through sports. It was seen as a noble cause, a way for an accomplished coach to give back to his community. But behind that charitable image, the Second Mile became a hunting ground. Sandusky identified vulnerable boys, many from broken homes, and slowly built their trust. He took them to games, invited them to stay overnight, gave them gifts, and made them feel special. Over time, that kindness turned into control. What started as a mentoring relationship became abuse. For years, he operated in plain sight. His reputation and connections shielded him. When anyone raised questions, the doubts were quietly dismissed. Penn State was a powerful institution, and its football program was sacred to the community. No one wanted to believe that one of its most respected figures could be capable of such acts. The first serious signs of trouble surfaced in the late 1990s. A mother reported that Sandusky had behaved inappropriately with her son. An investigation followed, but no charges were filed. He retired from Penn State in 1999, but the university continued to give him full access to its athletic facilities. He still brought children there through his charity, walking freely in the same locker rooms and showers he had always used. In 2001, a graduate assistant walked into a locker room and saw something no one should ever see: Sandusky with a young boy in the showers. The incident was reported to university officials, but the matter was handled internally. The police were never called. Penn State's leadership chose to protect the institution's image rather than confront the truth. For another decade, Sandusky continued to meet boys through the Second Mile. The abuse did not stop until investigators from the State Attorney General's office began piecing together the stories of multiple victims. One by one, young men came forward describing the same pattern: the gifts, the trust, the gradual manipulation, and the assaults that followed. In 2011, the case exploded into public view. Jerry Sandusky was arrested and charged with dozens of counts of sexual abuse involving boys as young as 10 years old. The fallout reached far beyond him. Joe Paterno, the legendary head coach who had built Penn State's football empire, was fired for failing to act on the reports. The university's president and athletic director also faced charges for covering up what they knew. The trial in 2012 revealed years of institutional failure. Victims described the psychological manipulation, the fear, and the shame that kept them silent. Prosecutors showed how officials ignored red flags to preserve the reputation of their program. Sandusky was convicted on 45 counts of sexual abuse and sentenced to 30 to 60 years in prison. He was 70 years old at the time, a life sentence in all but name. The damage left behind was immense. Penn State's image was destroyed, its leaders disgraced, and its football program tainted forever. But the deepest wounds are those carried by the survivors, the young men whose childhoods were stolen and whose voices were ignored for so long. The Sandusky case forced America to confront uncomfortable truths about power, loyalty, and silence. It showed how institutions can protect themselves instead of the people they are supposed to serve, and how predators thrive when no one dares to challenge them. Today, Penn State has tried to rebuild its reputation, but for many, the memory of what happened there will never fade. The boys who trusted Jerry Sandusky will never get back the years that were taken from them. Their courage in speaking out ended the career of a powerful man and exposed the price of protecting an image over protecting children. It remains one of the darkest chapters in American sports, not just because of what one man did, but because of how many others looked away while he did it. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention more than air, about lies that spiraled into murder, and about how the need to be seen as a victim can transform someone into a monster. In the small town of Springfield, Missouri, where neighbors knew each other and supported one another through hardships, a young mother was gaining sympathy and admiration for her strength in the face of tragedy. Her daughter suffered from mysterious illnesses that required frequent hospitalizations. Friends rallied around her, impressed by her devotion and resilience. But the illnesses were not mysterious at all. They were being caused by the mother herself. This is the story of Dee Blanchard and the murder that exposed years of abuse. For over a decade, Dee convinced the world that her daughter Gypsy Rose was severely ill, confined to a wheelchair, mentally disabled, and suffering from leukemia, muscular dystrophy, and numerous other conditions. She shaved Gypsy's head, forced her to use a wheelchair, and underwent unnecessary surgeries and treatments. In reality, Gypsy was healthy. Dee had Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a disorder where caregivers fabricate or induce illness in those they care for to gain attention and sympathy. On June 14, 2015, Gypsy and her secret boyfriend, Nicholas Gojon, murdered Dee, stabbing her to death in her sleep. The murder exposed decades of abuse and raised difficult questions about victim and perpetrator. Claudine Petra, who later called herself Dee Blanchard, was born on May 3, 1967, in Chack Bay, Louisiana. She grew up in a troubled family where manipulation and dysfunction were normal. From a young age, Dee showed patterns of lying and stealing. Family members described her as someone who constantly sought attention and would fabricate stories to make herself the center of drama. Dee became pregnant as a teenager and gave birth to Gypsy Rose in 1991. The father, Rod Blanchard, was young and unprepared for parenthood. He and Dee separated shortly after Gypsy's birth, though Rod remained involved and paid child support. This gave Dee the perfect situation, a child she could control completely without interference from a partner. When Gypsy was a baby, Dee began claiming the child had sleep apnea and other health problems. As Gypsy grew, the list of supposed illnesses expanded dramatically. Dee claimed Gypsy had muscular dystrophy, leukemia, epilepsy, asthma, and the mental capacity of a 7-year-old due to brain damage from premature birth. None of this was true. Gypsy had been born full-term and healthy. Dee forced Gypsy to use a wheelchair even though she could walk. She shaved Gypsy's head to mimic hair loss from chemotherapy that Gypsy never actually needed. She had feeding tubes inserted even though Gypsy could eat normally. She subjected her daughter to unnecessary surgeries, medications, and treatments, all to maintain the illusion of severe illness. The deception worked spectacularly. Doctors were fooled by Dee's detailed medical histories and her ability to describe symptoms convincingly. When doctors expressed doubt, Dee would simply find new doctors and claim previous records had been lost. After Hurricane Katrina in 2005, Dee used the disaster as an excuse for why medical records were unavailable, making it nearly impossible for doctors to verify her claims. Dee and Gypsy became local celebrities. They received a house from Habitat for Humanity, trips to Disney World from Make-A-Wish Foundation, and constant attention from charities and well-wishers. Dee basked in the sympathy and admiration, presenting herself as a saintly mother caring for a desperately ill child. But Gypsy was becoming aware that something was wrong. As she entered her teens, she realized she was not actually sick. She could walk when her mother was not watching. She was not mentally disabled. She began to understand that her mother was lying and that she was trapped in a prison of fabricated illness. Gypsy began secretly using the internet, creating online profiles where she pretended to be a healthy young woman. In 2012, she met Nicholas Gojon through a Christian dating site. Nicholas had his own psychological problems, including autism and a disturbed sexual fixation on violence. But he believed Gypsy's claims that she was being held prisoner by her abusive mother. Over 3 years, Gypsy and Nicholas developed a relationship conducted entirely online and during brief secret meetings. Gypsy became convinced that murder was her only escape from Dee Dee's control. She manipulated Nicholas, playing on his devotion and his violent fantasies, convincing him that killing Dee Dee was the only way they could be together. On June 14, 2015, Nicholas traveled to Springfield and entered the home Dee Dee and Gypsy shared. While Dee Dee slept, Nicholas stabbed her 17 times, killing her. Gypsy waited in another room, listening to her mother die. Afterward, they took money and fled to Wisconsin, where Nicholas lived. Before leaving, Gypsy posted messages on Facebook from Dee Dee's account saying cryptic things that alarmed friends. When concerned neighbors found Dee Dee's body days later, police initially feared Gypsy had been kidnapped by whoever killed her mother. But investigation quickly revealed the truth. Police tracked Gypsy and Nicholas to Wisconsin through online records and arrested them. During interrogation, the full scope of Dee Dee's deception emerged. Medical experts examined Gypsy and confirmed she had no significant health problems. The wheelchair, the medications, the surgeries had all been unnecessary. Years of medical abuse inflicted by a mother whose need for attention had destroyed her daughter's childhood. The legal and moral questions were complex. Gypsy had participated in murdering her mother, but she had also been a victim of horrific abuse for her entire life. Nicholas had committed the actual killing, but had been manipulated by Gypsy. In 2016, Gypsy pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Nicholas was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. Gypsy Rose was released from prison in December 2023 after serving 8 years. She has spoken publicly about the abuse she suffered and her regret over the murder. She acknowledges she should have sought help through legal means, but felt she had no other escape from her mother's control. The case revealed the horrors of Munchausen syndrome by proxy and how medical systems can fail to protect victims when caregivers are skilled manipulators. It raised difficult questions about culpability when victims of long-term abuse commit violence against their abusers. And it demonstrated that sometimes the people who seem most devoted and caring are actually the most dangerous, using love and concern as masks for cruelty and control. I'm going to tell you a story about greed, deception, and how the pursuit of wealth can twist a person's morality so completely that murder becomes just another step in a calculated plan. This is the story of H. Holmes, the man who built one of America's first known murder castles, and the crimes that would make him one of the most infamous serial killers in history. Herman Webster Mudgett, later known to the world as Dr. Henry Howard Holmes, was born on May 16, 1861, in Gilmanton, New Hampshire, into a strict religious family. His father, a well-respected farmer, was authoritarian and instilled in young Herman a fascination with control and order. Herman's early life was marked by an unusual curiosity about death and anatomy. As a child, he reportedly dissected animals and experimented with poisons, displaying a disturbing obsession with understanding how bodies worked and how they could be harmed. As he grew, Herman's intelligence became apparent. He excelled in school, particularly in science and mathematics, and gained a reputation as a prodigious student. However, those close to him noticed a darker side: manipulativeness, lying, and a lack of empathy. He was charming when it served him, persuasive when he wanted something, and capable of extreme cruelty in private. Friends recalled that even in adolescence, he had a fascination with controlling others and bending reality to suit his desires. In 1880, Herman entered the University of Michigan's medical school, studying medicine and, notably, anatomy. It was there that he further developed his knowledge of poisons, human physiology, and surgical procedures, all of which would later become tools in his crimes. While at university, he reportedly began experimenting with fraud, selling fake diplomas, and concocting elaborate schemes to deceive others. By the time he graduated, he had already learned how to use charm, intelligence, and trust as a weapon. After medical school, Holmes moved to Chicago, a booming city full of opportunity and anonymity. It was the late 1880s, and Chicago was preparing for the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition, a massive fair that would bring thousands of visitors to the city. Holmes saw the fair not as an opportunity to celebrate progress, but as a chance to exploit, manipulate, and ultimately kill. Holmes purchased a three-story building in the Englewood neighborhood of Chicago, claiming he was opening a hotel for visitors attending the World's Fair. But this building was no ordinary hotel. He remodeled it extensively, installing hidden staircases, trapdoors, soundproof rooms, secret passages, and even a crematorium in the basement. Every architectural detail was designed to confuse, trap, and ultimately kill those who entered. The building became known as the Murder Castle, and it would soon earn a horrifying reputation. Holmes's crimes were not impulsive. They were meticulously planned. He lured young women to his hotel under the guise of employment, romance, or safe lodging. Once inside, he would isolate them in locked rooms or hidden compartments, torment them, and eventually kill them using poison, strangulation, or starvation. He used his medical knowledge to inflict precise harm and dispose of bodies in ways that made detection difficult. Many victims were cremated, dismembered, or buried in unmarked locations within the building or on nearby properties he owned. Holmes also used his crimes to facilitate financial gain. He married multiple women, often bigamously, and murdered them for life insurance payouts. He created elaborate schemes to embezzle money from hospitals, insurance companies, and businesses, using murder as a way to remove obstacles while profiting from their deaths. His charm, education, and social skills allowed him to manipulate everyone around him, from employees and tenants to business partners and romantic partners. For years, Holmes's activities went unnoticed. Chicago was a chaotic, rapidly growing city, and the transient nature of the World's Fair provided cover for his crimes. Missing persons were common, and Holmes's careful planning ensured he left little trace. Neighbors and guests often described him as polite and helpful, even philanthropic, further masking the horrors occurring behind the walls of his castle. Holmes's downfall began in 1894, when the suspicious death of his associate, Benjamin Pitzel, drew police attention. Pitzel's death was part of a larger insurance fraud scheme, but it led authorities to investigate Holmes's other activities. As investigators examined his properties, including the infamous Murder Castle, the scale of his crimes became apparent. Hidden rooms, secret passages, and evidence of dismembered bodies revealed a level of premeditation and cruelty that stunned investigators. During his trial, Holmes was charged with the murder of Benjamin Pitzel and later confessed to other killings, though historians believe the total number of victims may have been far higher. Estimates range from 27 to possibly over 200. The trial was sensationalized by the media, portraying Holmes as a cold, calculating genius capable of unimaginable evil. His ability to manipulate, charm, and deceive, even after his capture, fascinated and horrified the public. Holmes was convicted and sentenced to death. On May 7, 1896, he was hanged in Philadelphia, bringing an end to a reign of terror that had spanned more than a decade. Yet even in death, his story became legendary, symbolizing the darkest extremes of human cunning and cruelty. The Murder Castle was demolished, but the legend remained, inspiring books, documentaries, and studies of criminal psychology for generations. The story of H. Holmes is not simply about murder. It is about the power of intelligence, charm, and planning when combined with moral corruption. It demonstrates how greed, obsession, and the desire for control can drive a person to exploit and destroy those around them, even while maintaining a facade of normalcy. Holmes's life is a chilling reminder that evil can hide in plain sight, that ambition without conscience can be catastrophic, and that some people are capable of calculating horrors beyond imagination. Even today, Holmes's crimes captivate and horrify because they expose a terrifying truth. The most dangerous people are not always those who are obviously violent, but those who can manipulate, deceive, and plan meticulously, hiding monstrous intentions behind the mask of everyday life. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who turned tragedy into profit, about deception that lasted decades, and about how the desire for sympathy and financial gain can lead someone to commit the unthinkable repeatedly. In the small town of Wanacue, New Jersey, during the 1970s and 1980s, one family seemed cursed by terrible luck. Mary Beth Tinning's children kept passing away, one after another, from various mysterious illnesses and sudden medical emergencies. Neighbors expressed sympathy for the seemingly devoted mother who kept losing her babies. Doctors were puzzled by the string of tragedies. But no one suspected that Mary Beth herself was causing these deaths, ending the lives of her own children to gain attention and sympathy. This is the story of Mary Beth Tinning, who between 1972 and 1985 ended the lives of 9 of her own children through suffocation and other means. She would bring her babies to hospitals in crisis, appearing as a distraught mother seeking help, while she was actually the cause of their medical emergencies. Her conviction in 1987 exposed one of the most disturbing cases of Munchausen syndrome by proxy ever documented, and revealed how a mother's need for attention could override the most basic parental instincts. Mary Beth Rowe was born on September 11th, 1942, in Duanesburg, New York. Her childhood was marked by emotional neglect and a desperate hunger for attention. Her parents were cold and distant, showing little affection to their children. Her father was an alcoholic who spent little time with the family. Her mother was emotionally unavailable, providing basic physical care but no warmth or nurturing. Mary Beth grew up feeling invisible and worthless. She struggled in school, not due to lack of ability, but because she could not focus when her emotional needs were so unmet. She had few friends and spent most of her time alone, developing fantasies about being special or important in some way. She craved recognition and sympathy, but had no healthy way to obtain it. She married Joseph Tinning in 1965. Joseph was a stable, hardworking man who provided financial security. They settled in Schenectady, New York, and began having children. For Mary Beth, motherhood seemed like an opportunity to finally matter, to be important to someone. But she quickly discovered that healthy children did not generate the attention she craved. In January 1972, Mary Beth's 8-day-old daughter, Jennifer, passed away from what doctors determined was meningitis and pulmonary edema. The death appeared natural and tragic. The community rallied around Mary Beth, offering sympathy and support. For perhaps the first time in her life, Mary Beth was the center of attention, receiving care and concern from everyone around her. The experience was intoxicating. Just 17 days after Jennifer's passing, Mary Beth's 2-year-old son, Joseph, died suddenly. Doctors attributed it to cardiac arrest related to a previous illness. 2 children gone within 3 weeks seemed impossibly tragic, but medical professionals accepted Mary Beth's explanations, and no one suspected foul play. Mary Beth received even more sympathy and attention as the unlucky mother who had lost 2 children. What no one realized was that Mary Beth had discovered a terrible way to get the attention she desperately needed. By harming her children, she could create medical crises that brought doctors, nurses, neighbors, and family members rushing to support her. She was no longer invisible. She mattered. Over the next 13 years, 7 more of Mary Beth's children would pass away under suspicious circumstances. Barbara passed away at age 4.5, officially from Reye's syndrome. Timothy passed at age 3 weeks from what was called sudden infant death syndrome. Nathan passed at 5 months, another SIDS diagnosis. Mary Frances passed at 3 months. Jonathan passed at 3 months. Michael passed at 2.5 weeks. Each time, doctors accepted that these were tragic but natural deaths. Mary Beth's method was suffocation. She would smother her babies with pillows or blankets, cutting off their air supply until they stopped breathing. Sometimes she would revive them and bring them to hospitals, creating medical emergencies that required intensive intervention. Other times, she would simply end their lives and present their bodies to authorities, claiming they had stopped breathing suddenly. She carefully selected which children to harm and when. She would wait until the sympathy from one passing had faded, then create a new crisis with another child. She was methodical in maintaining the attention flow she needed, spacing the tragedies to maximize impact without raising immediate suspicion. Some medical professionals did become concerned. After several passings, doctors made notes in records questioning the pattern. But in the early 1980s, awareness of Munchausen syndrome by proxy was limited. The idea that a mother would systematically harm her own children for attention seemed too monstrous to seriously consider, especially when Mary Beth appeared so devoted and distraught. The pattern finally became undeniable in December 1985 when 3-month-old Tammy Lynn was brought to the hospital unconscious. Medical staff managed to revive her initially, but she passed away the following day. This time, a physician's assistant named Linda Anderson refused to accept another unexplained infant passing in the Tinning family. She pushed for investigation, and authorities finally began examining the impossible pattern. When confronted by police, Mary Beth's facade crumbled. She confessed to smothering Tammy Lynn, claiming the baby had been crying and she just wanted her to stop. She denied harming her other children, but investigators did not believe her given the overwhelming pattern. Mary Beth was arrested and charged. Her trial in 1987 focused on Tammy Lynn's passing, as it was the only case with a confession and fresh evidence. Prosecutors argued she had ended all 9 children's lives, but they could only prove the most recent case beyond reasonable doubt. Expert witnesses testified about Munchausen syndrome by proxy, explaining how caregivers harm those in their care to gain attention and sympathy. They described Mary Beth's desperate need for recognition and how harming her children fulfilled that need. The statistical impossibility of 9 children in one family passing from various causes was presented as evidence of systematic harm. The defense argued Mary Beth was a loving mother who had suffered terrible misfortune and had snapped only once under extreme stress. But the jury saw through this argument and recognized the pattern of harm that had continued for over a decade. On July 17, 1987, Mary Beth Tinning was convicted of taking Tammy Lynn's life. She was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. She has been denied parole multiple times and remains incarcerated in New York at age 82. Throughout her imprisonment, Mary Beth has never fully confessed to harming her other children. She maintains that only Tammy Lynn's passing was intentional. This denial continues to haunt the community and the few surviving family members who tried to support her through what they believed was unimaginable tragedy. Her husband, Joseph, divorced her and has lived quietly, never speaking publicly about the horror he lived through. He had trusted his wife completely, never suspecting that the woman he loved was systematically ending their children's lives. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in shadows, about a community paralyzed by fear, and about how one person's reign of terror can change an entire region forever. In the rural towns of Texarkana, straddling the border between Texas and Arkansas, the spring of 1946 should have been a time of celebration. World War II had ended, soldiers were returning home, and America was entering a new era of prosperity. But a series of attacks was about to transform this peaceful community into a place of fear, where people were afraid to leave their homes after dark. This is the story of the Phantom Killer, an unidentified person who terrorized Texarkana for 10 weeks in 1946. Between February and May, this individual attacked 8 people, taking the lives of 5 in a series of incidents that targeted young couples parked on lovers' lanes. The attacks were brutal and seemingly random, creating panic throughout the region. Despite one of the largest investigations in Texas history, the Phantom Killer was never caught, and the case remains unsolved nearly 80 years later. The attacks began on February 22, 1946, when a young couple, Jimmy Hollis and Mary Jean Larry, were parked on a secluded road outside Texarkana. A man approached their car, shining a flashlight and carrying a weapon. He ordered them out of the vehicle and attacked them both. Jimmy was struck repeatedly, and Mary Jean was harmed before the attacker fled. Both survived, though they were traumatized by the experience. Police investigated but found few clues. The victims could provide only a vague description of their attacker, who had used the darkness and his flashlight to keep his face hidden. The incident seemed like an isolated attack, terrible, but not necessarily part of a pattern. 3 weeks later, on March 24th, another couple was attacked. Richard Griffin and Polly and Moore were found deceased in Richard's car on a secluded road. Both had been shot, and the scene suggested the attacker had surprised them while they were parked. The brutality shocked the community, but investigators initially did not connect it to the earlier attack on Hollis and Larry. On April 14th, another couple was attacked on a lover's lane. Paul Martin and Betty Jo Booker were found deceased, their bodies showing they had been shot. Paul's body was found near his car, while Betty Jo's was discovered some distance away, suggesting she had tried to escape. The pattern was now undeniable. Someone was targeting young couples in parked cars. The community descended into panic. Parents forbade teenagers from going out at night. Businesses closed early. People installed extra locks and kept weapons near their beds. The Texas Rangers, FBI, and local law enforcement agencies launched a massive investigation, but the killer remained elusive. On May 3rd, the pattern changed. The attacker struck at a home rather than targeting a couple in a car. Virgil Starks was in his living room when he was shot through a window. His wife Katie survived despite being shot twice and managed to call for help. This home invasion suggested the killer was escalating or changing tactics, creating even more fear. After the Starks attack, the incidents stopped as suddenly as they had begun. No more attacks occurred, and the phantom killer seemed to vanish. Investigators pursued thousands of leads and interviewed countless suspects, but no arrests were made. The case gradually went cold, though it was never officially closed. The phantom attacks had several unusual characteristics that made them difficult to solve. The attacker seemed to have knowledge of the area and knew which locations were isolated and frequented by couples. The attacks were spread out over 10 weeks, suggesting planning rather than impulsive violence. The shift from targeting couples in cars to attacking a home showed adaptability. Over the decades, numerous theories have been proposed about the phantom's identity. One prominent suspect was Yowell Swinney, a car thief who was in the area during the attacks. His wife claimed he had confessed to her, but her testimony was deemed unreliable and insufficient for prosecution. Swinney was never charged with the phantom attacks, though he spent time in prison for other crimes. He passed away in 1994, taking any secrets he might have had with him. Other theories suggested the killer might have been a transient passing through the area, which would explain why the attacks stopped suddenly. Some speculated he might have been someone who left for military service or moved away. Others wondered if he might have been incarcerated for unrelated crimes or passed away, ending his opportunity to attack. The case inspired the 1976 film The Town That Dreaded Sundown, which dramatized the attacks and brought renewed attention to the unsolved case. The movie blended facts with fiction, creating a legend that sometimes overshadowed the real tragedy of the victims and their families. The 5 people who lost their lives were young people with their futures ahead of them. Richard Griffin was a soldier who had recently returned from World War II. Polly and Moore was his girlfriend. Paul Martin was planning to attend college. Betty Jo Booker was a talented musician. Virgil Starks was a farmer living peacefully with his wife. They were ordinary people whose lives were cut short by violence that seemed to come from nowhere. The survivors, Jimmy Hollis, Mary Jean Larey, and Katie Starks, lived with trauma from their encounters with the Phantom. They had looked into the face of this mysterious attacker and survived, but they carried the psychological scars for the rest of their lives. The Texarkana Phantom case remains one of America's most famous unsolved series of attacks. It represents a time when forensic science was limited, when regional law enforcement agencies struggled to coordinate, and when a determined individual could terrorize an entire community and then disappear without trace. The case also reveals how fear can grip a community when violence seems random and the perpetrator remains unknown. Texarkana in 1946 became a place where neighbors suspected each other, where normal activities like dating became dangerous, and where the inability to solve the crimes created lasting unease. Nearly 80 years later, the identity of the Phantom Killer remains unknown. The case files are still open, though most of the original investigators have passed away. Advances in forensic technology offer little help when physical evidence from the 1940s was limited and has degraded or been lost over time. The Phantom Killer took 5 lives, destroyed the peace of an entire community, and created a mystery that has never been solved. Whoever this person was, they committed terrible crimes and then disappeared, leaving behind only questions, grief, and the knowledge that sometimes evil can strike without warning, without explanation, and without ever facing justice. I'm going to tell you a story about a neighborhood that became a nightmare, about secrets hidden beneath a family home, and about how evil can flourish for years when communities fail to ask the right questions. In the working-class neighborhoods of Philadelphia during the 1980s, Gary Heidnik seemed like an unlikely suspect for anything sinister. He was a self-made millionaire who had invested wisely in the stock market, accumulating significant wealth despite having only a high school education. He lived quietly in a modest house in North Philadelphia, occasionally attending his self-founded church. But inside that unremarkable house, Gary was creating a dungeon where he would hold women captive, subjecting them to months of unspeakable treatment. This is the story of Gary Heidnik, who between November 1986 and March 1987 held 6 women captive in the basement of his Philadelphia home. He kept them chained in a pit he had dug in the concrete floor, providing minimal food and subjecting them to terrible conditions. 2 of his captives did not survive their imprisonment. His arrest in March 1987 revealed a horror that shocked the city and exposed how vulnerable populations can be targeted by predators who understand that society will not immediately notice their disappearance. Gary Michael Heidnik was born on November 22, 1943, in Eastlake, Ohio. His childhood was marked by severe dysfunction and trauma that shaped his disturbed psychology. His parents had a turbulent marriage filled with constant conflict and mutual hostility. They divorced when Gary was young, and he was caught in the middle of their bitter custody battle, shuffled between households where he never felt wanted or safe. His mother struggled with substance issues and made multiple attempts to end her own life while Gary was in her care. Witnessing these traumatic events damaged him deeply. His father was cold and emotionally distant, showing no warmth or affection. Nothing Gary did was ever good enough to earn his father's approval. At school, Gary was tormented by other children. He had a misshapen head from a childhood accident that left permanent damage, and other children mocked him constantly. He also had a severe stutter that made speaking difficult and embarrassing. The combination of difficulties at home and bullying at school left Gary isolated and angry, with no healthy outlets for his emotions. Despite his troubled background, Gary showed above-average intelligence. He became fascinated with finance and investing, studying the stock market obsessively. He also developed an interest in religion, though his understanding of it became deeply distorted. He founded his own church, which existed primarily as a way to avoid taxes, but also fed his growing delusions about his own importance. Gary joined the Army in 1961 at age 16, serving as a cook. He was competent at his work, but remained socially isolated. During this time, he had what was described as a nervous breakdown and received a medical discharge. He was diagnosed with personality disorders and given a disability pension. Despite these documented mental health issues, he never received effective long-term treatment. In 1968, Gary was convicted of assault against a teenage employee. He was sentenced to prison, but served only 18 months before being paroled. This early release would prove catastrophic, as the system had identified him as someone with violent tendencies, but released him anyway, giving him opportunity to commit far worse crimes. After his release, Gary moved back to the Philadelphia area. Despite his mental health struggles, he was shrewd with money. He invested his disability payments wisely and accumulated significant wealth through the stock market. He used this money to purchase a house in North Philadelphia and to support his growing obsessions. By the mid-1980s, Gary had become fixated on the idea of having complete control over others. He began planning to create what he called a baby farm, where he would hold women captive and force them to have children. This delusion consumed him, and he began preparing his house for this purpose. In November 1986, Gary began his campaign of kidnapping. His first victim was a young woman he lured to his house with promises of money. Once inside, he attacked her and dragged her to the basement where he had prepared a pit in the concrete floor. He chained her there and told her she would remain until she provided him with a child. Over the following weeks, Gary kidnapped 5 more women, all from vulnerable populations. He targeted individuals involved in street life or those struggling with substance issues, women he believed would not be immediately missed. He held them all captive in the basement pit, chained together in darkness and terrible conditions. The conditions in the basement were nightmarish. The women received minimal food, often just bread and water. They were forced to live in extremely unsanitary circumstances. Gary would periodically come down to harm them, using various methods as punishment for perceived disobedience. When one of the captives passed away from the terrible conditions and mistreatment, Gary's response was to make the situation even worse. He forced the surviving women to participate in disposing of the remains. This psychological torture added another layer of horror to their captivity. A second woman later passed away under similar circumstances. Gary continued to hold the remaining 4 women captive, and the situation became increasingly desperate. But one of the women, the first he had kidnapped, began to manipulate Gary psychologically. She convinced him that she cared for him and wanted to help him find more women for his plan. Gary eventually trusted her enough to allow her to leave the house temporarily. On March 24th, 1987, he drove her to visit her family, and she had promised to return with additional victims. Instead, the moment she was free, she ran to police and told them everything. Officers initially struggled to believe her story as it seemed too horrible to be real. But she led them to Gary's address and gave details that convinced them to investigate. Police obtained a warrant and raided the house on March 24th, 1987. Inside the basement, they found the 3 remaining captives chained in deplorable conditions. The evidence of what had occurred was overwhelming. Gary was arrested immediately and charged with multiple serious offenses, including kidnapping and taking lives. During his trial in 1988, Gary's defense team argued he was legally insane and not responsible for his actions. But prosecutors demonstrated that Gary had planned carefully, maintained his financial affairs, and taken steps to avoid detection, showing he understood his actions were wrong. On November 4th, 1988, Gary Heidnik was convicted and sentenced to end his life by execution. He spent years on death row at a Pennsylvania facility. On July 6, 1999, the sentence was carried out. He was 55 years old. His case inspired elements of the character in the film The Silence of the Lambs, though that fictional character was an amalgamation of several real criminals. The house where the crimes occurred was later torn down. Gary Heidnik's story revealed how predators target society's most vulnerable members, understanding that marginalized individuals can disappear without triggering immediate searches. It exposed failures in mental health systems. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who turned grief into greed, about insurance policies that became death sentences, and about how one person exploited the trust of an entire community for decades. In the coal mining regions of Alabama during the 1970s and 1980s, Black Widow Blanche Taylor more seemed like an unlucky woman plagued by tragedy. Her family members and romantic partners kept passing away from mysterious illnesses, lingering afflictions that caused suffering before finally claiming their lives. The community rallied around Blanche, offering sympathy and support as she endured loss after devastating loss. She collected life insurance policies, presented herself as a devoted caregiver, and moved from one relationship to the next. No one suspected that Blanche was systematically poisoning the people closest to her, ending their lives slowly with arsenic while collecting money and sympathy. This is the story of Blanche Taylor Moore, who between 1966 and 1989 poisoned at least 2 people fatally and harmed several others, including her own mother. She used arsenic obtained from ant poison, administering small doses over extended periods to make the poisoning appear as natural illness. Her crimes went undetected for over 2 decades until a suspicious doctor finally tested for poison and discovered the truth. Her arrest and conviction in 1990 revealed how easily someone can harm others when their method mimics natural disease and the victims trust them completely. Blanche Kaiser was born in 1933 in North Carolina. She grew up in poverty during the Great Depression and World War II, in a family that struggled to provide basic necessities. Her childhood was marked by hardship and instability, though no specific abuse or trauma has been documented. She married young to James Taylor, and they had 2 daughters together. The marriage was unhappy from the beginning. James had difficulties with employment and substance issues that created financial stress. Blanche worked various jobs to help support the family while also caring for her children. By the early 1960s, the marriage was deteriorating, but divorce was expensive and socially stigmatized, making Blanche feel trapped in an unsatisfying situation. In 1966, James Taylor became mysteriously ill with symptoms including nausea, vomiting, and severe gastrointestinal distress. He lingered for months, suffering from symptoms that doctors could not fully explain. He passed away in 1966, and his passing was attributed to natural causes related to his various health issues. Blanche collected on a life insurance policy and was free from the unhappy marriage. After James's passing, Blanche began a relationship with Reverend Dwight Moore, a minister she had known for years. But before that relationship could develop fully, she became involved with Raymond Reed, a man she worked with at a local business. Raymond and Blanche began a romantic relationship that continued for years. During the 1970s, Blanche's father became ill and passed away after a lingering illness with symptoms similar to what James Taylor had experienced. Then Blanche's mother began experiencing mysterious health problems, suffering from symptoms that came and went unpredictably. Her mother survived but remained in poor health, requiring care that Blanche provided. Raymond Reed, Blanche's longtime boyfriend, began experiencing strange symptoms in 1986. He would feel ill after eating meals Blanche prepared, suffering from nausea, vomiting, and weakness. His condition would improve when he was away from Blanche, then worsen when they were together. In 1989, Raymond's condition deteriorated severely, and he was hospitalized with symptoms doctors struggled to diagnose. Raymond passed away on October 7, 1989. A physician who had been treating him, Dr. Garrett, was suspicious about the pattern of symptoms and the way Raymond's condition had progressed. Rather than immediately signing a death certificate attributing the passing to natural causes, Dr. Garrett ordered toxicology testing for heavy metals, including arsenic. The results shocked investigators. Raymond's body contained extremely high levels of arsenic, far beyond what could occur naturally or accidentally. The levels indicated prolonged, repeated exposure to the poison. Dr. Garrett immediately contacted authorities, and a criminal investigation began. Detectives started examining Blanche's history and discovered the pattern of deaths and illnesses among people close to her. They exhumed the body of James Taylor, her first husband, and found elevated arsenic levels. They tested Blanche's mother, who was still alive but chronically ill, and found arsenic in her system. They investigated Raymond Reed's illness timeline and found it matched classic arsenic poisoning patterns. Investigators discovered that Blanche had access to ant poison containing arsenic, which was commonly available in hardware stores. She had been purchasing it regularly, supposedly for pest control. Arsenic poisoning produces symptoms that can mimic many natural illnesses, particularly gastrointestinal ailments and heart problems. By administering small doses over long periods, Blanche had made her poisonings appear as chronic illnesses rather than acute poisoning events. Blanche was arrested and charged with taking Raymond Reed's life. During the investigation, evidence emerged suggesting she had also ended her first husband James Taylor's life and had been slowly poisoning her mother for years. She had taken out insurance policies on the men in her life and had been their primary caregiver, giving her opportunity to administer poison repeatedly. Her trial began in 1990. Prosecutors presented the toxicology evidence showing fatal arsenic levels in Raymond Reed and elevated levels in others connected to Blanche. They demonstrated she had access to arsenic and opportunity to administer it. They showed the pattern of deaths and illnesses among people close to her, and the financial benefits she had received from insurance policies. Blanche's defense argued the evidence was circumstantial and that the arsenic could have come from environmental sources or other exposures. But the patterns were too clear and the levels too high for these explanations to be credible. The jury convicted Blanche Taylor Moore of taking Raymond Reed's life on November 14, 1990. She was sentenced to pass away by execution. However, North Carolina instituted a moratorium on carrying out such sentences, and Blanche remains on restricted confinement at the North Carolina Correctional Institution for Women. She is now 91 years old and has never confessed to her crimes or shown remorse for the suffering she caused. Blanche Taylor Moore's case revealed how easily poisoning can be disguised as natural illness when the poison is administered gradually and the poisoner is a trusted caregiver. Arsenic was once called inheritance powder because it was used so frequently by people who wanted to hasten someone's passing while making it appear natural. The symptoms mimic common ailments, and without specific testing for heavy metals, poisoning can go completely undetected. Her victims trusted her completely. Raymond Reed was her romantic partner who relied on her for care and companionship. James Taylor was her husband and father of her children. Her own mother depended on her for daily assistance. I'm going to tell you a story about a suburban disappearance that never looked like a disappearance, about a woman whose absence was mistaken for a vacation, and about an isolated man whose calm exterior hid a homicide unfolding just a few feet from his neighbors. This case unfolded in Salem, Oregon, in a development of ranch-style houses built in the early 1990s. It was the kind of neighborhood built for stability. Driveways were wide, garages were clean, and every house had a nearly identical roofline. Residents liked the sameness. It made life predictable, and predictable felt safe. Among the residents was a man named Aaron Darby, 46 years old, an accountant who worked remotely for a Portland firm. His life had a mechanical rhythm. Every morning his curtains opened at the same moment, almost like clockwork. The neighbors grew used to the sight of him sitting at his dining table, tapping on a laptop with an expression that never changed. He took short walks alone. He carried reusable grocery bags with military neatness. He never raised his voice, never caused a scene, never drew attention. His quietness made him invisible. Across the street lived a woman named Melanie Ross, 52, known on the block for being friendly in a soft, warm way that made people feel welcome without feeling intruded upon. She worked in an insurance office and kept a garden that overflowed with plants she nurtured for years. She helped elderly neighbors with small tasks and kept track of birthdays. She was the quiet center of the community, always calm, always steady. Melanie and Aaron had the most basic type of neighbor relationship. She greeted him. He nodded. She asked if he needed help bringing in groceries once. He declined with a small gesture. She accepted that he preferred solitude and never pushed further. Early that spring, Melanie told her next-door neighbors that she was planning a short break. Work had been stressful. She felt worn down. A few days away sounded like the reset she needed. She mentioned this casually, the way someone mentions cleaning the garage or reorganizing the kitchen. No one thought much of it. She tended her garden a day before she disappeared, pulling weeds and trimming branches with her usual patience. She placed her tools in a neat row against the shed, predicting she would use them again in a week or two. But she would never return to them. The timeline became clearer only after investigators reconstructed the events. On a mild spring evening, Melanie walked across the street to return a piece of mail that had been mistakenly placed in her box. It was the kind of small, neighborly errand she did without thinking. The street was quiet. The sky was darkening. Porch lights glowed one by one. She carried the envelope, expecting to hand it over and be back home within a minute. She reached Aaron's driveway. Security cameras on the block captured her silhouette approaching his house. After that moment, she was never seen walking back. The next morning, her home looked untouched. Her car sat in the driveway. Curtains remained closed. Neighbors assumed she had left early for her trip. That assumption solidified into belief as the day passed. Months later, neighbors would replay those days in their minds, wondering how they missed what now seemed so obvious. In the first week after her disappearance, no one worried. She had mentioned travel. People took that as fact. Her mail started piling up, but that was normal for someone gone on vacation. A delivery hung on the doorknob for several days, but neighbors avoided touching it, not wanting to intrude. Her garden began to look neglected, but people assumed she would be back to fix it. A coworker tried calling her once, then twice, then left messages about missing her at work. She never responded, but people at the office thought she may have simply extended her time away. Silence became explanation. Weeks passed, then months. Across the street, Aaron maintained his life with robotic consistency. He left his house at the same time every Tuesday to take out trash bins. He stacked recycling like an engineer. He worked quietly. He cooked alone. When neighbors saw him, he nodded once with that same blank expression. Nothing in his behavior suggested panic, fear, or even mild stress. He had removed all traces of what happened the night Melanie disappeared. The garage floor, where an abrupt and fatal confrontation had occurred, had been cleaned with a thoroughness that felt colder than the act itself. A portion of the floor had been replaced, not large enough to raise suspicion, but precise enough to eliminate evidence. He had placed Melanie's body in a large handmade wooden box, meticulously crafted, almost like a piece of furniture. The box was sealed, reinforced, and carried to an overgrown drainage area behind several houses during the early hours of the morning, when no one was awake. He set it down among shrubs and branches, blending it into the landscape. Then he went home and opened his curtains at 7:30, exactly on time. For the next 3 months, he lived normally. He ate the same meals. He walked the same routes. He watched neighbors speculate mildly about Melanie's extended break, but said nothing himself. No one wondered why he was so unconcerned. After all, he had never been someone who involved himself in community conversations. The discovery came by accident. A city worker was assigned to inspect the drainage issue after residents reported minor flooding during heavy rain. He walked along the overgrown path behind the houses and noticed a wooden structure partially buried under leaves. Thinking it was discarded household junk, he attempted to move it and realized it was heavier than expected. When he opened it, the truth emerged. Police traced the box to Aaron using purchase records, tool marks, and eventually a search of his garage that revealed remnants of the materials used to construct it. When detectives confronted him, his reaction was disturbingly calm. There was no denial, no emotional outburst, just a flat, almost detached acceptance. His explanation, given without quotes or dramatic details, was that the confrontation with Melanie had stemmed from a deep-rooted resentment he had never expressed. He had misinterpreted her friendliness as intrusion, then fixated on it until it consumed his thoughts. He waited for an opportunity. When she came to return the misdelivered mail, he acted. The decision was sudden, but the cover-up was slow, organized, and chilling in its method. He lived with it for 3 months, maintaining his routines, blending seamlessly into the quiet of the neighborhood. Aaron was eventually sentenced to life in prison. The courtroom described him as a man whose emotional detachment made the case more disturbing than its physical details. A homicide carried out without chaos, without visible anger, and without any sign to the outside world. Neighbors struggled to understand how something so horrific had occurred so close to their peaceful homes without anyone noticing a shift, a sound, or a sign. It became a case that haunted the area long after Aaron was removed from the neighborhood. A reminder that danger can hide not in violent outbursts or obvious hostility, but in silence, isolation, and the quiet interior lives of people no one really knows. I'm going to tell you a story about a house at the end of a cul-de-sac, about a man who wore the ordinary like armor, and about how small deceptions can grow into something dangerous when people look the other way. In the summer of 1997, in a small town outside Columbus, Ohio, there was a quiet street called Willow Ridge Drive. Lawns were mowed on Saturdays, mailboxes leaned at predictable angles, and children played until dusk. At the very end of the street sat a two-story brick house with ivy crawling up the north wall. The occupants were a married couple named Paul and Diane Mercer. Paul worked as an accounts manager at a local supply company, and Diane ran a part-time tutoring business out of the spare bedroom. They were the kind of neighbors who attended block parties, brought casseroles to new parents, and smiled politely at passing cars. Paul seemed unremarkable in the best possible way. He arrived at work early, kept his driveway clean, and offered to babysit a neighbor's dog when she went on trips. People trusted him because he gave them nothing to distrust. But over the course of 6 years, that trust became the cover for a pattern of behavior no one noticed until it was far too late. The first disappearance happened in late 1998. A young man named Marcus, who had recently left a halfway house and taken a job at a warehouse down the road, failed to show up for work. Marcus had no close family in town and few friends who stayed in touch. He was last seen walking past a convenience store near Willow Ridge Drive. Neighbors assumed he had moved on. No missing person report was filed. For months, nothing seemed unusual. Then in 2000, a woman named Rosa stopped coming to the morning bookkeeping class Diane ran at the community center. Rosa was new in town and had limited family ties. Diane told classmates that Rosa had found full-time employment and was too busy to attend. Again, nobody pressed the matter. By 2002, rumors began to circulate quietly. A man who had been a transient returned to town and said he remembered Marcus spending evenings on Paul's porch, talking about finding steady work. A teenager recalled seeing a stranger carrying a large duffel bag into the Mercer's house at night. These memories were fragmented and unreliable on their own, easy to dismiss as misremembered details. People in small towns forgive a lot because they prefer harmony to suspicion. What finally moved officials into action was the disappearance of a well-known local teacher named Harold Green in the spring of 2003. Harold had family, a steady schedule, and close friends who would not let his absence be ignored. He missed classes for 2 days, and then his car was found in a supermarket lot with his keys still inside. The school filed a report. Detectives opened an investigation and began tracing Harold's last known movements. Phone records placed Harold near Willow Ridge Drive the night he vanished. A neighbor reported seeing him walk purposefully toward the Mercer's house the evening before he disappeared. That detail drew attention because Harold was known to be cautious and deliberate in his routines. Investigators sought a search warrant for the Mercer's property. Paul and Diane cooperated at first, offering tea and plausible explanations. Their kitchen smelled of cinnamon and coffee, and their living room displayed family photos that showed polite smiles and birthdays celebrated. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would calm any visitor. But detectives discovered things that did not fit the image. In a shed behind the house, they found a stack of photocopied bills in Harold's name dated months after his disappearance. They found a small stack of photographs of other residents who had vanished, worn at the edges as if they had been carried and studied. And in the back garden, beneath a shallow layer of disturbed soil covered by a recent patch of sod, they found personal items linked to multiple missing people. When forensic teams expanded the search, they uncovered evidence that forced a broader inquiry. Items traced to Marcus and Rosa were found in sealed containers in the basement. A ledger documented deposits into a joint account opened by the Mercers that matched benefit payments and pension checks belonging to people who had disappeared. The pattern pointed to exploitation and cover-up, not accidental misfortune. Paul eventually stopped speaking in the polite, practiced way that had once calmed his neighbors. Under sustained questioning, he offered a narrative that mixed neglect with a chilling rationality. He said he had helped people who had nowhere else to go, that he had taken responsibility for their affairs when they drifted, and that he had paid bills and cashed checks to keep their names active so benefits would not lapse. As investigators pressed him about remains and missing persons, he shifted between claiming ignorance and offering explanations that did not stand up to evidence. Diane presented herself as bewildered, someone who had trusted her husband and trusted their home to be a refuge. She said she had been occupied with tutoring and afternoon classes and had not paid attention to the small discrepancies that investigators described. Witnesses later contradicted that account, describing times when Diane collected paperwork for tenants and signed forms on their behalf. The trial that followed revealed how easy it had been for harm to hide behind normalcy. Witnesses testified that the Mercers had positioned themselves as caretakers of people who would otherwise slip through the social safety net. They offered rides, helped fill out applications, and provided a warm place to sleep. For the vulnerable people who came to them, the Mercers felt like a lifeline. But that trust also gave Paul and Diane access to personal information, bank accounts, and the ability to declare someone moved away without anyone contesting it. Psychological experts painted a portrait of Paul as someone who craved control and rationalized exploitation as mercy. He saw himself as manager rather than manipulator, a person arranging the lives of others to suit his own needs. The prosecution argued that his acts went further than bookkeeping errors and neglect. They alleged he had orchestrated disappearances and concealed deaths to secure financial gain and preserve his image as a benevolent neighbor. Diane was portrayed as complicit, whether through active participation or willful blindness. In her defense, she insisted that she had not known the full extent of her husband's actions and that she had believed they were offering help. The jury weighed testimony about bank records, witness statements, and forensic findings, and ultimately the couple were convicted on counts related to fraud, abuse of vulnerable adults, and multiple charges connected to concealment. Sentences varied, but the community understood that the legal outcome could not fully account for the scale of harm. Families of victims who had been transient or estranged learned, often for the first time, that their loved ones had been in this town and in these rooms. The case prompted reform at the county level. Agencies began to require better tracking of residents in boarding situations, and social services implemented cross-checks to ensure benefits and pensions were not redirected without independent verification. Willow Ridge Drive returned to its ordinary rhythms with time, but the memory of the Mercers remained like a shadow on the cul-de-sac. Conversation about trust shifted in subtle ways. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who became a legend of crime, about an outlaw who robbed banks and eluded police, and about how one person's rebellion against society made her both a folk hero and a dangerous criminal. In the dusty backroads of Oklahoma and Texas during the Great Depression, a young woman named Bonnie Parker was making headlines alongside her partner Clyde Barrow. Between 1932 and 1934, Bonnie and Clyde led a gang that robbed banks, gas stations, and small stores across the central United States. They engaged in shootouts with police, took hostages, and left a trail of violence that resulted in at least 9 law enforcement officers losing their lives. The press romanticized them as Depression-era Robin Hoods, but the reality was far grimmer than the legend suggested. This is the story of Bonnie Parker, who became one of America's most famous female outlaws. She was not the gun-wielding gangster that movies would later portray, but she was a willing accomplice who participated in crimes and stood by Clyde through robbery after robbery. Her life of crime lasted just 2 years before ending in a hail of bullets on a Louisiana road in 1934, when she was only 23 years old. Bonnie Elizabeth Parker was born on October 1st, 1910, in Rowena, Texas. Her father passed away when she was young, and her mother moved the family to a poor neighborhood in Dallas. Bonnie grew up in poverty, but was known as a bright, creative student who loved poetry and drama. She dreamed of becoming an actress or singer, wanting a life more exciting than what her circumstances offered. At 16, Bonnie married Roy Thornton, a local young man. The marriage was troubled from the start. Roy was frequently in trouble with the law and spent much of their marriage in prison. By 1929, they had separated though never divorced. Bonnie was working as a waitress, living with her mother, and feeling trapped in a boring, dead-end existence. In January 1930, Bonnie met Clyde Barrow at a friend's house. Clyde was a small-time criminal with a record of theft and burglary. Despite his criminal background, or perhaps because of it, Bonnie was immediately attracted to him. He represented the excitement and danger she craved, an escape from her mundane life. Their romance began just as Clyde was arrested for burglary. While he was in prison, Bonnie remained devoted, visiting him and even smuggling a weapon into the facility to help him escape. Though Clyde was quickly recaptured and sent to a harsher prison, Bonnie's willingness to break the law for him demonstrated how completely he had captured her loyalty. When Clyde was released on parole in 1932, he and Bonnie immediately began their crime spree. They formed a gang with various accomplices and started robbing small businesses and gas stations across Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and Missouri. These were not sophisticated heists of large banks, but desperate robberies of small establishments that netted minimal money. The gang was constantly on the run, sleeping in stolen cars, moving from town to town, never staying anywhere long. They robbed to get money for food, gas, and temporary lodging. It was a chaotic, exhausting lifestyle with no real goal beyond survival and avoiding capture. What made Bonnie and Clyde different from other criminals was the publicity. Bonnie wrote poetry about their exploits, including a famous poem called The Story of Bonnie and Clyde. Newspapers printed her verses, romanticizing the couple as modern-day outlaws fighting against the establishment. Photos were found showing Bonnie posing with weapons and cigars, images that shocked the public and made her famous. But the reality was far less romantic. The gang's crimes grew increasingly violent. When confronted by law enforcement, they would shoot their way out rather than surrender. Between 1932 and 1934, at least 9 police officers were eliminated during encounters with the Barrow Gang, and several civilians were also harmed. Bonnie's exact role in the violence remains debated. Some accounts suggest she never fired a weapon and was primarily a lookout and getaway driver. Others claim she participated more actively. What is certain is that she was present during violent encounters and made no attempt to leave Clyde or stop the criminal activity. By 1934, law enforcement across multiple states was coordinating efforts to capture or eliminate the Barrow Gang. Former Texas Ranger Frank Hamer was brought out of retirement specifically to track them down. He studied their patterns, learned their habits, and determined their likely routes and hideouts. Hamer discovered that Bonnie and Clyde would periodically visit family members in Louisiana. He set up an ambush on a rural road near Sales, Louisiana, where he expected them to pass. On the morning of May 23, 1934, a posse of 6 lawmen hid along the road and waited. When Bonnie and Clyde drove past in their stolen Ford sedan, the officers opened fire without warning. Over 130 rounds were fired into the vehicle in less than 2 minutes. Bonnie and Clyde were both ended instantly, their bodies riddled with bullets. They never had a chance to surrender or resist. The ambush was controversial then and remains so today. Some argued the couple should have been given an opportunity to surrender. Law enforcement countered that given their history of shooting at police, an ambush was the only safe way to stop them. The decision to shoot without warning ensured no more officers would lose their lives attempting to arrest the pair. Bonnie Parker was 23 years old when she passed away. Her body was returned to Dallas, where thousands attended her funeral. She was buried in a separate cemetery from Clyde, as her family refused to allow them to be interred together. Her mother had tried desperately to convince Bonnie to leave Clyde and return home, but Bonnie had chosen her outlaw partner over family. In the decades since, Bonnie and Clyde have been romanticized in films, songs, and books as tragic rebels fighting against Depression-era injustice. But the victims of their crimes, particularly the law enforcement officers who were simply doing their jobs, tell a different story. These are not heroes, but criminals who chose violence over surrender and dragged each other deeper into a lifestyle that could only end one way. Bonnie Parker's story is a cautionary tale about how desperation for excitement and romance can lead someone down a destructive path. She was a talented young woman with potential who threw away her life for 2 years of running, hiding, robbing, and living in constant fear. She achieved the fame she craved, but at the cost of everything, including her future. The Depression-era circumstances that created sympathy for Bonnie and Clyde cannot excuse the violence they committed or the lives they took. They were criminals who made choices, and those choices led inevitably to that Louisiana roadside where their brief, violent lives came to an equally violent end. leaving behind grieving families on both sides and a legend that continues to obscure the tragic reality of what they actually were.